Okay. Um. First of all, very good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Um. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a while. Um. If you've been here in the past, but this is our first piece of the 2023 season. So before I just get into things, if this is your first time joining us, we usually have spaces on Saturday, 30 minutes after quali, Sundays, um, 30 minutes after the Grand Prix. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us again. It's been a long and fun winter, so we'll be looking to discuss everything that has happened over the winter, basically testing and what we all are looking um ahead, or rather what we're expecting next week in terms of Bahrain. I just wanted to ask, how's everyone been, basically? Um Please feel free to come up and speak. I wanted to ask, how's everyone been, basically? How's the winter been? Did did most of us watch testing? Because I know most people, or rather people I know, are not keen on testing. They just tend to wait for the quali, or basically Q3, where you tend to see everything. Okay. Emperor, do you want to go ahead, please?
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm in Nigeria, so
Hi,
sound.
Emperor.
I think
Nice to meet you.
I think F1 fan base is pretty diverse. We're not very many here that love Formula One in Nigeria. I think.
I would say, let's say, most the people that I don't know where they are at right now, but I guess they'll be here shortly. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
First of all, I want to say, what a trophy for Manchester United. I know that's unrelated, but I've watched highlights of testing. I think day 2 and day 3 so far. The YouTube Formula One official channel highlights. I don't watch the thing live. Like you said, I'm interested in Q1, Q2, Q3 Grand Prix. I think I watch highlights of free practice. I don't watch the full thing. I watch highlights. Then from quali, I watch live. Then I watch the race, and I watch the podium interviews. Blah blah blah. So I obviously every testing we know that most of the big teams are always sandbagging. They will not really want you to know what they're fully up to at the beginning. Then they spring a few surprises maybe on the first race and everything. So I'm fully expecting Red Bull to still do their thing because I'm a massive Max Verstappen fan and I'm hoping for his third title in a row. Love that guy so much. So yeah, I am happy. NFL season just ended, so it's beautiful that Formula One is coming to take up that space. So yeah.
thank you very much, Emperor. Sorry, Emperor, what do I call you? Because I'm not sure. I'm sure this is your first time here, so I don't really. I will like I'll kind of get used to um what to call you. So, are you fine with me calling you Emperor? Or
Nah, that's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
all right, no problem. So
Got to
yeah,
know my name. Okay.
no, I don't know. I don't need to know your name. It's just
Ah,
it's just the word Emperor is a bit long for me to call in terms of the syllables. But yeah, I'll get used to it. So
no wahala.
yeah, okay. Okay, okay. I see some familiar faces now. Okay. Okay. Just Okay. I would like us to, like, to just recap a bit of what happened over the winter. Because we like to go over things, and analyze things basically. So I believe the last space we had not had the team principal changes, So now we have Vasson in Ferrari, the Alfa Romero change in preparation for Audi, um, McLaren promoting the operations manager to team principal, and then who else again? James Vowles, who got promoted as well to being the Williams team principal. Personally, I didn't see the James Vowles one coming. Would you say he deserves the role? I'll say yes because he looks. Okay, okay. I think he looks is the wrong word, but I think he's fit and he's capable for the role. He's been in Mercedes for over 20 years. So I'm sure he knows what it is to run a team and um or sorry, motorsport in over 20 years, and then I'm sure he knows what it is to run a team and um how to lead a team as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he leads Williams this 2023 season. In terms of testing, Williams they look promising, but I still feel they will struggle with the likes of Haas at the back of the grid. But yeah, okay. Um, let's hear from everyone. Okay. Um, Anobog, you want to go ahead? Thank you very much for joining us today.
Oh, hi everyone. New season. Who's this? Anyway, it's glad to be back here. I don't think I have. I don't think I have much to say yet. Maybe when the conversation kicks off. But I think so. I agree with you that James Val, is very deserving of the Williams position. I'm also very. I think for the new season, one thing that has surprised me is how much development that the teams have had across board. It's so good that people are now having this conversation about, oh, is Aston Martin better than the Mercedes this year? I'm like, okay, jokes, but let's see. Yeah, so I'm excited to see what happens, across board with the teams this year. But yeah, maybe as the conversation goes on, I'll have much to say.
Thank you very much. Uh, Ridwan, good to have you back. Ridwan, personally, I've missed you. You know, I'm sure everyone here has missed you, but yeah, good to have you back, Ridwan. How about you, Ridwan?
Good evening. I'm fine.
Ridwan, I can't really hear you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Uh, I'm fine. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to 2023 F1 season. It's great to be back. Hope everyone had a very good holiday. It was a very nice holiday for me. I really enjoyed it. But the season is back, and we've had testing also. Many things have happened. James Vowles has gone to Williams. we can't I can't wait to see how that goes. To be honest, it was a very strange it was a very strange decision. Like that man went to Williams. Like I was not expecting it because no one was expecting. Like there was no rumor that he's going there. To be honest, so the only rumor I had was Toto's wife that maybe he will run the team. That was the only one that I read. But him going there, he has been in Mercedes, I think, for a long time. And also, Lewis gave him, I think Lewis wrote something about him. So I think he should be able to run the team the way he will be able to run it. But Williams is still Williams. Nothing has changed. Even I don't think it wasn't even there on the day they announced their FW45. I don't think it was there. So, but he knew of his new. team principal for them. And I think before this season, before 2022 ended, there was, I think, was it not before 2022 and no, before after 2022, that was when Fred left for Ferrari. I think so. I can't even remember all these things.
Um,
I think yes,
um, Fred, I believe Fred was announced beginning of January, but
but
there were
everyone
rumors that he was going to leave
yes,
um
and
in December.
yes,
Yeah.
okay, so everyone has changed different. Okay, new. We have rookies on the sorry, on the grid also, and different team principal, and we still have our long-term team principal also. So it's good to be back. The only thing that I'm just seeing these days, like to be honest, like even before 2022 season ended, like I was I gave Aston Martin, to be honest, I was expecting them to do something very good in 2023. But with the way people have been talking about them, I just hope they are not cooking rubbish. I just hope that, I was expecting many brilliant things from them for next season. But with what we've seen so far, with the times, with what everyone has been saying, testing and as everyone has said, it's just testing, but we don't know. But with what and this, I read that they are still bringing upgrades to the next series. So, but it's Aston Martin, and they've got the money to even bring upgrades, and they have money even to like the cost cap. I think they can spend everything. They have the money to actually exhaust it. It's not like the likes of Art and Williams. They have the money, and I think Aston Martin. I think Aston Martin is the top in town. So I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see them in qualifying. So that's and I hope like they will do something good. So I can't wait. Alpine also. Alpine said right that like they they reached the weight limit or the things. I can't wait to see them also. And my team, I can't wait to see my team. You know, it's good to be a Red Bull fan. So I can't wait to see them. I can't wait for next week. So that's one for now. Thank
Thank you, thank you very much, Ridwan. Sorry, Emperor. Sorry, what fan base are you? So that just for statistical purpose, please. Okay, I guess it's not here. Okay. KB86. Yeah.
Max Verstappen to be precise.
Oh, Red Bull.
Testing. Is my mic good,
Okay.
guys?
Yeah. KB, go ahead. Thank you. Emperor, thank you.
Testing. Is my mic good?
Yes, it's good. No reliability issues. It's good.
Yeah, are we gents? Normally I would attack Mercedes fans, but they are not in the same level as Red Bull at the moment. So let me focus on the grid. I think Aston Martin has a great car coming into the 23 season, but I don't think Lance Stroll will take um the performance out of that car enough compared to Fernando Alonso. So I don't think Aston Martin can compete with Mercedes. I think they will have problems going into the season. I think Max has an easy championship winning season this season. He's gonna win it. Yeah. And the W14. Guys, you gotta change that car. That car has to have straight line speed. At the moment, I can see it's a bit.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I think that's a network issue, but I think Daniela is praying in the behind the scenes because he didn't finish his statement. He was going to say something about the car, but yeah. I don't think Daniela is even here today. But yeah. Okay. Let's have Miss Catrock. ambassador from Brackley.
Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, Miss Catrock.
I'm so happy to be back. I've been counting down the days, watching everything that's going on. Bought my 50-inch TV. I'm ready. Excited. I'm looking forward to a good season. I feel like this season is going to be a lot closer than the previous season. So I'm really looking forward to that. All the cars look really good. All the drivers look really good. But obviously, whose driver I'm backing. Strictly Team LH. Hashtag 44. I don't care about none of the rest.
Thank you very much, Miss Catrock. Andrew, please. Andrew?
It got connected to my car. Yeah, I'm happy everyone's back here. It's been a little minute since we've been here. To everybody in Nigeria, hope you guys got to vote recently. Yeah, I'm excited for the new season. Everyone has a decent looking car. No one really knows what's going on, but everyone has the knowledge from the past season, and they know that they have all the information they need to be successful. But they got to implement that, and yeah, just interested to see what's going to happen in the next season.
Andrew, I was going to ask you, what are your hopes this season for Mercedes? What is your honest take?
For Mercedes, it's a make or break year, honestly. In comparison to where they were at last year, how they started, they had a complete tractor. And now they're starting with something that's better. And knowing Mercedes, when they have something to start with, that's okay. They're in the fight, in my opinion. I'm not sure why everyone's keeping them in P3 in the constructors, but in my opinion, I think they have more of an opportunity to come back and be P2. I'm not really sure what Red Bull has to offer. I don't know what they're cooking, because they have kind of a lopsided driver lineup, in my opinion, with Checo and Max, because Checo, as I call him, he can be consistently okay, consistently average, and then sometimes in certain situations have like a great weekend, because at the end of the day he has the best car. So, but he's also not, he's also the reason why he couldn't get himself into the top two for the drivers' championship last year, and he lost out to Charles. So it's kind of hard to say. It's very much a toss up. But Mercedes can come out here and, we'll back to be, W11.5, and then they'll come with a absolutely beast car, or they come with a car that, they have to fight Aston Martin or something like that, and are barely fighting Ferrari. So I'm hoping for the best, because I know they have the talent to do so, but if the car is not there, then, they're kind of stuck with what they have.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you. Mercedes first, just a quick question. All your engineers that went to build Canoe, are they back? The ones that were on loan to Ineos, are they back? Because they went to build Canoe. So
I had no clue.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
No, wow, okay. Anyways, okay, Abasia Keme. Good evening, welcome back.
Yeah, good. Great to see everybody here again. 3 months later, and 2 months into the new year. Hope everyone's year has started off quite well. It's a week to the new season starting proper. Testing has been quite interesting for me. I've been just seeing all the rumors and all the paddock talk coming out with time. I mean, some of them look like there's some truth to it, and of course, there's some that we can never know. I mean, to qualify next week. But my major excitement is, Aston Martin and what it seems that they have cooking. Nobody knows for sure, but the talk is good. And I remember on this space last year, I mentioned it, I don't know if Admin remember, how, there just seemed like this positive vibe around Aston Martin, like the way Vettel spoke about the projects and the way Alonso spoke about it when he joined there, people saying he joined for money and all that. I mean, we can't know for sure, but the talk is really among all the judges and people around the paddock, even team engineers in other teams. So I'm really excited to see where they're at. I mean, even if it's fourth place, I mean, it's a great step. If truly they can, disturb Mercedes a bit or Ferrari a bit, I mean, that's special. But I'm looking forward to the season and all that it brings, all the agendas, all the cooking. Hopefully we don't spend this year, talking about fundamentally flawed cars, non-fundamentally flawed cars. But we'll see where Mercedes are at by next week. Although from all the talk I'm hearing, it's not looking too great for them. But we'll see. Red Bull, I'm calm. I'm not I'm not like overconfident, but I'm just very calm. I mean, defending champions, there's nothing to be worried about. Just depends on the other team to step up. Obviously Red Bull will not stay where they are, they'll step up. So can't wait for qualifying.
About second, you know what I like? Anytime you come on here, you're always coming with hits. That's why I've missed all of us this season, since last year. Everybody has what they bring to the table. Well, moving on, co-hosts. But if you guys don't know our co-host Imade, Imade is a man of many qualities. He's not many qualities. Coder, engineer. When I mean engineer, Brixworth, not really certified, but kinda, orthopedic surgeon for side hustle, and yeah. Imade, thank you for joining us. Good to have you back again. Anyway, me and Imade will have a very good relationship. So yeah, Imade, what do you have for us, please?
Admin, please, before Imade goes, please, you need to tell us who is supporting this TV, please.
Okay, no, now that Seba has gone, Abi.
You need to tell us. Please.
Okay, yeah, Imade, please go ahead because that's a very important question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, good evening, everyone. Yeah, good to be here since November. Yeah, it's fine. Well, to just answer read one, I don't understand why everyone is trying to place me against the team. I've always been a driver person, so to be honest, I want to choose a team, but I don't see any team I want to choose. I can't stick with Ferrari. I can't. I don't like Red Bull that much. I love Red Bull because they helped Seb when Seb was dominating, but I don't like them that much to place my tent to them on Mercedes. Well, okay, let's just keep it like that. But for this season, my expectations this season is still going to be my expectations this season is still going to be Red Bull. I said this in the last season. It's been the patterns and the patterns in life generally do not lie. They don't change. When Ferrari is the regulations in 2004, they dominated. When Red Bull is the regulations, they dominated. When Mercedes is the regulations, they dominated. So why is it going to be different this time for Red Bull? So I just feel this is going to be a Max Verstappen era. He's going to start bad as possible, as much as possible, and looking at his own personal driving qualities. And I just hope Ferrari or Mercedes actually give him proper competition because he's on a norm. He's almost unstoppable if you give him the equipment to drive that well. But for Mercedes, I think, as I also said last season, Mercedes are we are very, very stubborn people, and Mercedes would get that car to work. If it's going to take them 2 years, they will definitely get that car to work. But how much how much the gap is going to be to Red Bull is going to be the major thing. And I think it's just unnecessary hype. I won't say unnecessary hype, but I think it's overrated hype that is doing people with Aston Martin. Now, for example, let me give an example. Aston Martin was, let's say, 7/10 of a second behind Mercedes last year. If Red Bull has gained 3 tenths, Ferrari has gained 4 tenths, Mercedes obviously hasn't gone back despite their issues. Let's be sincere. Let's say Mercedes gained 2 tenths. Are you telling me if Aston Martin would come and pick up 1.5 seconds to be faster than Mercedes? I doubt. They would be competitive because their car seems balanced and the corners and that kind of a thing. But to be ahead of Mercedes this year, at the beginning of the season, I sincerely doubt that. If they now walk their way towards the ending of the season, that's a different thing. But at the beginning of the season, for them to be ahead of Mercedes, I sincerely doubt that. But personally, I still feel there are few two things that would define this season. If Ferrari can get their floor working against the technical directives of Spa 2022, and they get their engine working, because for more than half of the season last year, Ferrari's engine was toned down. If they can get those two things working from the beginning of the season, then they will give a Red Bull a proper fight. Anything aside that, then let's just say congratulations to Max for 2023. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Imadi. Just quickly, let me say something. Because right now, you mentioned if they can get, I think you mentioned two issues. If they can get those two issues sorted out, reliability and the floor. And I think we're also forgetting tire degradation, because their car eats tire basically. So they have a lot of underlying issues. But
For that tire, sorry to interrupt you. For that tire thing, I think they were intentionally testing the extremes of the tire during the Bahrain test, so that they can see how to solve it. Because if you notice what happened, the Bahrain track is a medium downforce track, and they brought a low downforce. They brought a low downforce wing, and they sort of scooped their front wing in a way to sort of simulate, or more, let me say, aggravate that tire deg. So personally, my own guess, clearly I could be very wrong, but my own guess is they wanted to try and simulate that, let it be excessive, so they start to work on it. I don't think their tire deg is that bad. It's definitely there because we've seen it in the last season, but I don't think it's that bad. They wanted to simulate it so they could work on it. But it's just next week. We'll start to see from then.
yeah, it's just less than 7 days now. Because I was going to refer back to Leclerc's, where I can't remember when they asked Leclerc about the tire situation, and they said he doesn't think it will be much of a difference as compared to last year, but let's see. So as you said, I guess we'll just have to wait till the end of the Grand Prix next week. Yemi, welcome. Mercedes Ambassador West Africa. Yemi, please go ahead. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, happy New Year, Ajme. I don't think I've listened. We've done anything this year, so
Happy New Year.
looking forward to a new season. Looking forward to a new season, irrespective of what the naysayers may predict. So a couple of things, right? For me, my agenda. I have a few agendas this season. Agenda number one is that Mercedes are going to give us a very strong recovery season in 2023. That's agenda number one. Um, and my agenda is premised by certain things that I've seen, right? Last year I was here, you know, screaming, shouting that, look, man, this guy is a team that has won 8 championships back to back. They haven't forgotten how to make a car, right? I think, we can all say they got a few things wrong, but compared to if you look at where that car started from at the beginning of the season and where the car was at the end, the car was fighting for wins, at least on a few tracks at the end, right? And they beat Red Bull on pace in Brazil comprehensively, actually, right? And, and they got the car to the point where they could actually predict across every track how they would perform. Obviously, because of the cost cap, many other things, they could not undo some of the structural, conceptual things in the car in last season. So a lot of those things had to go through to the winter. And then so what we're seeing in the W14 is a reflection of all of the work and them trying to undo some of those things that they've done. But I can see they stuck with the concept. People were like here saying, oh, they have to change side pods and everything. They've stuck with the concept. I believe in the testing. They came to testing trying to verify that a lot of the things they saw in the wind tunnel that this current design is giving them is consistent. And I believe that to a large extent they've been able to achieve that. Based on the vibe and what the guys in the team are saying, that seems to be achieved. They've already told us that clearly we are not near Red Bull yet, but when we bring our upgrade into the car, in race 6, people are saying race 5, people are saying in 2 races. Whenever they bring it, though, that they will be in a position, to be able to fight, right? So those are some of the things that are giving me hope, and that's my number one agenda, right? This concept, there's space inside. I don't want to use the word inherent space because some people start laughing, but the truth is there's space in this concept. That's just a simple fact, right? And it's quite fascinating because you have 3 teams that are using 3 completely different concepts. And, let's say as of today, they are within, if you use based on the gist from testing, they're all within 4 to 6 tenths of each other. Red Bull being number 1, Ferrari being number 2, and obviously Mercedes. Aston Martin, they're a bit of a wild card. I actually quite like what they've done with their car. I can see why they've done it. And I expect them to be there or thereabouts. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see by next week where Aston Martin is. But I think they will be there. They'll be in the mix. So, but I can't predict now. But we'll see. But the key thing is 3 teams, 3 fundamentally different concepts, different approaches to the regulations, similar performance, give or take. If Mercedes, because again, if you think about it, right, last year, if you took the drag out of that Mercedes towards the end of the year, right, just take out the drag. Once they fix their propulsion and the bouncing issues, if you took the drag out of that car all of a sudden becomes a different beast. There are many races I think they would have won. I think USA, they would have won that race because, Max was gaining 6 tenths on Lewis in one straight. That's how fast the Red Bull was, right? If Mercedes didn't have the drag issues he had last year, he could have won that race. Do you get? So them just fixing that one issue in this concept, right, or in this car that they have, fundamentally gives them a lot of performance. And they've come out and said, we've solved the issues, right? We've added performance to our engine. We are bringing a new, more optimized rear wing next week. So we'll see where that puts Mercedes. I think they're going to be there or thereabouts, even from race 1, maybe not, because the long runs I was seeing in this testing, man, from Red Bull, even Aston, they were quite wild. Very impressive stuff. I looked at it in detail and, I don't know, Sha. Everybody else should go next week because I expect full-on Red Bull complete domination next week. But that's next week, right? Cars will improve. People will catch up over the year. So, again, agenda number 1 is Mercedes strong recovery drive. I think they're going to mount a title charge at some point this year. We'll see how that goes. So hold me to it. If that doesn't happen, you guys can cook me. It's fine. Now, my second agenda, this one is a bit controversial, But you know what? I realized that nobody wants to do it, so I'll be the one to do it. My second agenda this year is to show all of you that Max is a fraud.
Yemi is
I
agenda
know,
number 3 or agenda number 3?
No, this two. This second agenda. Second agenda.
Okay.
Second agenda. Yeah. So my first agenda is that Mercedes will give us a strong. They'll have a better season, much better season than last season. We might get a title charge from them. That's first agenda. Second agenda this year, right? And I'm going to be alone in this agenda, right? Because nobody wants to do it, so I have to do it. Is to show all of you that Max Verstappen is a fraud. When they are calling great drivers in this world, I don't want to hear his name near them. I don't want to hear it at all, right? And over the season, I will elaborate further. But for now, let's just leave it there. That's my agenda. You can call all the Max Ultras as you come. The guy is a fraud, right? He's a good driver. So let me clarify his agenda. I'm not saying the guy is not a good driver. Of course, a badass talent, quick driver, right? But for me, he's no better than James Hunt. You know, the difference between Max and Kubica, for example, is that I think Kubica is a far better driver, in my opinion. But that's a separate conversation, right? It's just time and chance. It's a simple truth. It's time and chance, right? So, but again, I'll just drop it there. That's my second agenda this season. From respond, you will see. Thank you very much.
Hello, yeah, me help you out, coach.
Hello.
Hello,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Ayomide, how are you?
I'm all right. How's everyone out there?
Good, thank you. Okay. I guess you're a Red Bull fan.
Yeah, I'm a Red Bull fan. So,
okay.
So Mr.
Sorry, one second. Just before you go ahead, I guess there were some people before you, but
okay, no problem.
But okay, no, just don't worry. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Yemi, well, it's early in the season. I'm going to keep quiet. You saw day 1 of testing. You saw day 2 of testing. So right now, let's see how it goes. I'll be so surprised if Russell finish ahead of Lewis this season. So in regards to that, let me just say that for you. Then for me, my own controversial for this season is Sainz is a better driver than Leclerc. I'm sorry, guys, but that's my own controversial for this season. Let's see how this season will go.
Leclerc is a bus driver.
BRT. Wow. Okay.
I'm enjoying how everyone is dropping their agenda one by one. That brother that said Sainz is better than Leclerc. I'm with you. Let's go.
At the end of the day, you see birds of the same feather flock together. Team Red Bull. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Who do we have next? Can we have Mr. Zakaria? Thank you very much.
Zakaria, thank you. Admin, thanks for the content you always put up. Thanks for keeping us active during the off season. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping everything alive for us.
We thank God. Thank you very much for support.
Well, me, I'm Team Mercedes proudly and firmly, and I think testing was generally good, except on day 2 when we had the car issues, and I think it was Russell that was in the car at that moment, and then the car stopped and we lost over 90 minutes in one of the sessions. I can't remember whether it was the morning session or the afternoon session. So I think I just want to disagree with Yemi. I don't think you can actually say, you yourself, you said Max is a good driver, and then you mentioned he's a fraud. I don't even think those two things can go together in a sentence in describing one particular driver. And where the proof for that is 2021, if you need any proof, because he actually pushed Lewis to the limit in 2021. Of course, Lewis should have won the title, even not for what happened in Abu Dhabi, but I don't think Max is a fraud. You just cannot say that to Max. Max is too talented for you to say that. Him getting into the Red Bull seat at a young age, I think it was 18, when he got the drive, when Gasly was dropped, and he got the drive in 2016, if I remember correctly. So I really don't think you can say that, Mr. Emi. I really don't think you can say that. That's all I have for now, guys. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
This
admin,
was
hold on. I think
okay. Go
um
ahead, engineer.
all right. Yeah, for Zakaria that is actually responding to Yemi. I'm laughing here because we frequent here with Yemi regularly. We know who he is. Yemi is knowledgeable about F1, but he hates Max. So the moment you have that at the back of your mind, you would understand where he's coming from. It's the same year. I'm surprised he didn't even say Max is not marketable. He's not a marketable champion as in F1. I was expecting that to be his third agenda, but maybe he suspended that for now. So the moment you understand that, you know where he's coming from. So don't stress yourself about what you're saying about Max.
Okay. Okay.
Can I just? Okay, I know some people want to speak, but let me just respond quickly.
Go ahead.
I don't want,
respond. No problem.
So as the season goes on, right, I'll lay my thesis down. I'll lay it bare, elaborate for everybody to see. It's not today. I don't want to derail the space. I don't want. Let's focus. Let's talk about other things. But as the season goes on, you will see. Like I just drop some snippets. That Max is not marketable. That was an agenda I'll pick up later in the year. Don't worry. It's very obvious, right? And I'm sure that one is not. It's not an agenda. It's an easy one. It's not even an agenda. I think it's factual. The guy is just unmarketable, man. Leclerc will be a much better F1 champion for the sport. That's just the fact, right? It's not, in terms of marketability, fan appeal. It's not Max, man, right? So unless and again, it's kind of loosely tied to my Max. Is a very talented driver, but ultimately a fraud. It's tied to that. But again, there's no need to. Let's not drag this pace here. It's okay. Over as the season, we have a long season, 23 races. It's good when we're in the thick of it. I'll be dropping this, but I'll just drop some snippets. The thing is, my agenda is premised on that simple fact, right? If certain drivers had the privilege that kid has had, right, in any ramification, right, and if I'm saying privilege from day one, up until where he got to where he is today. Right, we've had the privilege, and by privilege, I don't mean, obviously sometimes you take your chances in life, right? I'm talking about things like Abu Dhabi 21. I'm talking about how the team has treated Perez versus him. Do you understand? I'm talking about things like that. That kind of nepotistic privilege that he's got. If Leclerc had that kind of privilege, Leclerc will be 3-time world champion today. It's just a simple fact, right? So again, take away those things, give him equal footing with most people that he tends to, with his competition, right? We'll be saying a completely different story today. It's just like Alonso, man. See Alonso, freaking talented driver, but for all the talent in the world, look at what he has. Nothing. You have the two championships, but since then, nothing, right? That's because he kind of systematically navigated his way away from all the privilege, because he kept chasing performance from different teams. But when he gets there, the performance is not there. Then you go to the next team. He's in Aston now. It seems like things are slowly lining up for him at Aston Martin, but we'll see how that goes. Do you get? So that's a very perfect example of a driver who's not, who doesn't have access to those privileges anymore, right? In fact, the moment he went to McLaren, for example, the privilege that he had in a Renault, he didn't have it versus Hamilton, and Hamilton whooped his ass. Do you get? So the guy was angry, he left. He threw all his toys away and he left. So that's what I'm talking about. The guy is a complete fraud. For you to win the title the way you want the title, I can't even come out and even be gracious. Bad. No, think about it, man. They had to do, first of all, in fact, that season, right, they already hamstrung Mercedes with that floor edge rule, right? So Mercedes was already on the back foot, right? But Lewis just needs to be 3/10. Give Lewis, let him have a 3/10 gap. You're finished with Lewis. Let him just have a 3/10 gap to you, 2 to 3/10. That's what he needs to fight you for the championship. And that's exactly what he did that year. Right? Granted, Mercedes were able to develop their way back into a decent position versus Red Bull. Red Bull was a faster car. That is simple. Forget all the agenda. And still, Max still needed Massey, the FIA to win. How about? And people are celebrating. So those are the kind of things I'm talking about. And so again, I'm not saying he's not a talented driver. Let's get it clear. He's a fantastic, talented driver. But please, I don't want to hear his name beside great drivers. I was watching over the offseason. I was watching Hamilton's 2007. I've been watching it like over the offseason, right? And I was just blown away, right? I was like, because it's almost like the guy hasn't declined. It's almost literally the same driver we see today. The guy, every race he gets, maybe in all his career, maybe it's only 1 or 2 races that he wasn't on the pace for whatever reason. Every race, the guy's in contention. He's just incredible. You should if you guys have the chance, go and watch the 2007 season again. Incredible stuff. And just watch it knowing that this kid, they just promoted this kid, right? And all of the, because I remember it was Martin Brundle and James Allen commentary back then. And the way they were talking about him, oh yeah, this is new. Let's hope he can deal with the pressure. By race 4, their narrative had changed. They started talking about him like he's been in F1 for decades.
Yeah,
so please, let me know again. Let's not. Over the season, you will see it. You will see it. Don't worry. Let's not derail the space. So I'll just give you some snippets, but that's my agenda. It's an agenda I agree to stand alone on. It's a very difficult agenda, but that's it for this season. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think it's time we start talking about residual trauma from
you don't need to.
This is a large group, so we can talk to each other. We can help each other out because some people it appears they're still
please. I want to please. What year are we in? 2023. Please, let's just manage to just it's in the past. Is in the past. There's nothing we can do about it. Some of us are now married. Some of us have given birth in the last 3 months. So let's just life has changed. So please, I just God and beg you people. You understand? Well, if you're not serving God, whatever you are serving, I use it to beg you. Thank you. Okay. Can we have touch? Touch, then we'll have a Menobong, please. Thank you guys for waiting.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, boss.
Was it me you were calling touch?
What's the name? Oh, touch.
I was confused. It's alright.
Okay, Adewale. Oh, sorry, Mabi.
Yeah, no. First of all, it's really nice to see that we have an F4 community in Nigeria. Because sometimes it just feels weird that you see these things and you can't comment. Well, no, you can comment names and stuff on the after. And it's really nice to meet everyone. Okay, so for me, quickly, I watched testing. I watched the first one. I watched almost everything. And all I can say is that Red Bull are quick. I'm a Mercedes fan, but Red Bull are quick. I hope they'll be fast enough to be able to handle Ferrari because Ferrari are quick as well. But I think if they can sort out their strategy, we should be able to fight Red Bull. Then for Aston Martin being quick, I don't know. I mean, we will see next week, but I don't know. Another thing, I hope Oscar Piastri will do well this season. If he doesn't do well, my guy don't mess up. Because it could have been Alpine. I mean, Alpine was not that fast. The car was kind of bouncing during the test. I don't know why. Maybe because of their setup. but we'll see. We'll see. And also just to add, for me, Hamilton is this eight-time world champion. I know it's a visual mention this. Hamilton is eight-time world champion. Max is a one-time world champion. But for this season, I think that Red Bull will dominate as well. Hopefully, Mercedes will be able to fight. And just to add, yes, Mercedes were fast last year on circuits that require high downforce. That's why they could be able to catch up because their top speed was just too shoot basically. So, yeah, not to drag it too much, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Enabong, please. Ooh, okay, I think Enabong, wait, I think I'll bring you back up, Enabong. Okay, Raf, okay, sorry, just before we have Raphael, sorry, Gentle Son,
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
good evening, boss.
Yeah, I just followed this page recently, though. I won't say I've been long since I've been following F1. I'll say toward the end of 2021, right? But I'm also a Mercedes fan, yeah. So I just want to greet everyone here, and yeah, maybe we'll just get along if we keep doing this piece frequently. So my take this season is, but first, I would like to support this Mr. Yemi on his take on Max being a fraud. Yeah, I think in okay, let me just say, in everyone writes common sense, it's undeniable that this guy is actually, though undeniably is good, yeah, is good, but then he drive in some way that would be like this guy is a maniac, like how should I put it, like he's the villain. Like take for example the Italy 2021, then his car was on top of Lewis and this guy was like, that's what you get when you don't leave his space. I mean, you almost killed a fucking person with your kilogram of weight lying on top of someone's head. And I don't know how, because to me, that's not really how a normal human being. I can get the tension he's going through, like the pressure of wanting to win and so, but then I don't think Lewis can do that because even as Silverstone, that those all these Red Bull people usually use as reference. Lewis still even asked if Max was okay while continuing the race, and he was told yeah he was okay and he went for a precautionary check also. But then these Red Bull fans would be like, Mars and Lewis almost killed Mars in Silverstone and the rest. Even that Italy itself is the obvious example, and even in Bridgestone, Lewis in Saudi Arabia then. And to me, the way he drive Lewis is different from the way he drive other drivers, because I believe he see Lewis as a big competition to him. Because and yeah, he always leverage on Lewis giving him space almost every time they are side by side going into a corner. And that's what we wanted to replicate in Brazil this season. Yeah. I think that's what he wanted to try again. But then I think Lewis has said it right from the beginning of the season that he's no longer going to be the how should I put it? Like he's no longer going to allow all those villain attack from Mars. And even at the end of the race in Brazil, the guy was even, I mean, the fraud we are obviously talking about, was even saying that's what he gets when they don't give his space, that he ruined his race from winning. I mean, Lewis started, was it P4 then? And when he collided with Mars, he dropped to P8. So he was like, Lewis ruined his own race by not giving space to him. But then, how? Well, me, I'm a Mercedes fan, so all those is fraud is always irritating to me because I think everyone in their normal human sense shouldn't behave that way. But then we get him, is their how should I put it? Is their white glory, their their Red Bull God.
Uh,
And on my own Mercedes, I believe we are coming this season. Yeah, we are coming and we are cooking. I don't get the hype around this testing that everyone is taking so serious, like we are already in quali. Because Even Mercedes was using high downforce wing all through the test because I think they are trying to simulate their porpoising if it's still there and to replicate it with what they are seeing in the simulator. So they were just testing the high downforce wing to, I think, to kind of put load on the car if it will porpoise while driving through the track. So I think, well, Saturday will be here soon, sha, and we will see what we are cooking if if it's actually what we burn the kitchen or what everyone will dish and we will serve well to their fans. So yeah, that's my own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentle son. Thank you for that.
All
Okay.
right.
Let's have Enobong then, Raphael, please. Enobong.
Yeah, so before I even say what I wanted to say, Jetsu, so please don't allow us to start World War Two in this in this place. Um, well, I see Red Bull fans already raising up their hands, trying to I beg, let's not go back to 2021, guys. So, welcome to Formula One. If you take a trip, I'm not sure if you've watched previous years, but if you take a trip down memory lane, not absolutely nothing Max does will surprise you. Just go watch previous races, right? And console yourself. Just leave Max in. If not, we'll all fight here. So just take a trip down memory lane and then and see Max for yourself and just accept it and move on. Yeah. So yeah, but I think what I wanted to say was I'm waiting for us to get into the McLaren conversation. In the spirit of agenda, I can't wait to see Norris cry this season, like real tears. Because because I mean I know that we spoke about of course we all had our issues with Danny Rick last season, Danny Rick wasn't performing, Danny Rick, yeah, I mean I get that. But I also thought that McLaren made it look like they gave him a great car and he was not driving. Yes, Norris, was pulling his weight, but I mean, Danny Rick was used to driving a championship car, coming back to this 2K, their issues. But yeah, so I can't wait to see Norris cry real tears this season. Unfortunately, the car, I mean, I don't know, I can't say it's too early, but the car may not be good enough for Oscar to give him a run for his money so that, I can sit back and eat popcorn and, maybe laugh at it. But yeah, I'm waiting to see what Norris becomes.
Okay. Imade, please. Imade, please. Imade, go ahead. I want to quickly address something.
Yeah, sorry to barge in for everyone whose hands are raised. I just wanted to quickly say something. I know we obviously love our team, our drivers, and we obviously support them no matter what. But please, when we're making statements, let's try as much as possible to avoid the whole race card thing. We accuse people of when people do things to us, there are majority of black people here. We accuse them of being racist towards us. Let's not flip the switch on them, at least for this space. That's how we want to organize our space here. So let's try as much as possible to be courteous when it comes to such statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madi. Yeah. So please, guys, let's be objective and respectful, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh God, my.
Well,
Go ahead.
Raphael, thanks so much, admin. Thanks for what you've been doing. So this is my first time speaking on this space. I've been watching Formula One since 2014. So it's been a very lovely journey. I started as a Ferrari fan, but then Vettel dropped the ball continuously, and then I switched. I switched to Mercedes, and it was a lovely journey until Red Bull and FIA started all their shenanigans. But anyway, it's a wonderful space to be in. Someone was talking about Max not being marketable. Like, guys, come on now. Let's be factual. The Orange Army thing started when Max came into Formula One. Like, currently, if you've even watched the latest season of Drive to Survive, even Toto Wolff admitted that last year Max was the best driver, in Formula One. So at least when we're giving these our hot takes, let's not be too biased. Mercedes, I love Lewis to be like, the greatest of all time. I think he is anyway already. But even he himself has accepted that he's a 7-time world champion. And he has said he's going to get back what was taken from him. So I think we the fans, we just need to accept that and just support the team as much as possible. My prayer now, I've watched the testing. Mercedes were not looking as balanced and comfortable as Red Bull and Ferrari. So hopefully within the next 3 races, let's Mercedes just get their team together. Like someone said, if the Mercedes car is within 2/10 of any other car, we know that Lewis is going to deliver. Yeah. So Enobank said something about McLaren. For me, I think McLaren, they are going to be worse than they were last year. And Oscar is going to give Norris a run for his money. It will be a similar situation like Lewis and George from last year. If the car is worse than what the driver is used to, he's going to perform worse than what he expects. For Oscar, he has not really been in Formula One, so the benchmark is really low. So I think it's going to be more impressive than Norris next year, and even, uh, score more points than him. That's just my own hot take. So thanks everyone, and it's nice being here.
Thank you very much, Raphael. Still on the McLaren topic, there's an anonymous take, so I might just share that. And it goes, Oscar Piastri is going to shock his haters. Never underestimate these youngins that won F3 and F2 consecutively. Okay. Well, there's someone with a popular surname that I guess falls into that bracket, but is now in the reserves. But yeah, okay, just a quick announcement. So guys, please, there's a bit of a queue, so I'll be bringing down some people and be bringing up some people. So yeah, no hard feelings, please. Okay, Andrew, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's talking about this enough, but we kind of mentioned it before with Aston Martin and Alonso being there. I have very little faith in that team because we all remember back in was it 2020 when they basically carbon copied Mercedes with their pink Mercedes car and being Racing Point at the time, and everyone thought, oh wow, that car looks just like a Mercedes. Oh, it looks like it's gonna be fast. And at the end of the day, they dropped the ball. They were just an okay team, just like how they were. And Checo got lucky towards the end of the season with his win, with his first win. So I'm not expecting Aston Martin to be like some sort of world championship team or like even fourth in the constructors championship just off rip, because you just can't expect that from a team that's just been consecutively or consistently just average, below average for the past how many every years they've been in Formula One. That after they've moved past Force India and they became Racing Point, they haven't really done anything spectacular other than that one-off win they had 3 years ago now. I think that every team that Fernando touches, essentially, that wasn't Renault. Well, even Renault when he came back, being Alpine, it kind of turns into garbage. I mean, with McLaren when he came back on the second time around, they were in the mud. When he went to Ferrari, that was one of the worst Ferraris ever made, and that says a lot about a team of such history. But he basically drove the biggest tractor that teams ever made in their entire history. So I'm not necessarily thinking that he's going to be like absolutely blowing everyone out the water. He's probably going to have to be more worried about McLaren and maybe AlphaTauri and things like that. There'll be a midfield team. And I know that McLaren, as we mentioned before, with Lando, no wins, and Oscar Piastri. I think that Oscar's going to give him a run for his money, in my opinion. But that team is just it's in absolute shambles. It's going back to the years when Alonso was there. They're looking that terrible. Very uncompetitive looking. They barely ran any consecutive or consistent laps during the testing.
Sorry.
Who's that?
Please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, they didn't run any meaningful testing in McLaren, so they're on the back foot. I don't think that they're going to be very competitive for the first couple of races. They have a lot of work to do, in my opinion, to get that car where it needs to be. And they didn't get to run their car the way that the other teams got to run their car, with basically a free power unit and transmission and things like that. They basically got to now use what they have for the rest of the year to allocate those parts and all that development time to making something that won't be P6 in the Constructors Championship, is where I see them ending up, and him Lando being beaten by his rookie teammate.
Anyways, my take on McLaren is, I think there comes a point where Zach Brown might have to step down, because he's been going a while for the last 3 to 4 years financially, and on track. They are not hitting expectations, so let's look out for that in the future. But now back to the so-called testing. As Andrew said, they barely did any consistent laps, So I feel it's going to be like a repeat of last year, but slightly worse. So I don't know why they just in the whole team there's no confidence. What's the name of the guy that designed the car? His whole James Key. Yeah, thank you. His whole body language when they were showing it was just off. You could just see that the whole garage lacks confidence. And as we heard from Will Buxton, the parrot of the paddock, Lando punched the door, or rather the wall. So well, I don't know. I don't know what will make you to be punching the wall if it's not very serious, But anyway, maybe it's just the lack of him not being out there on track, and what he hasn't learned, But yeah, it's going to be interesting what happens next week, Okay, let's go on to Ayomide, please. So after Ayomide, we have Abatia coming. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. So in regards to McLaren, well, they're going to have a tough season from me. I see them finishing probably P6. In regards to Piastri giving Lando a run for his money, I don't think so. I still think Lando is still going to edge Piastri. He's Zach Godin's child, so I see him really coming strong in regards to that. Well, in regards to Aston Martin, personally, I feel they're going to perform. Right now, I know people have doubts about Alonso with Aston, but I feel they're going to go strong. I see them competing well with Mercedes. Right now, I want to see him and Lewis battle on the field. Maybe you can see a bit of the McLaren golden days. But in regards to that, apart from that, in regards to Lewis fan to Cabelia, in regards to 2021 season, you guys will yield over time. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ayomide. Okay, let's have Abasia come in.
Touching on Aston Martin first. I've been hyping them up since last year, even before. Not really hyping, like just having faith in them, even before. Like coming into testing and hearing all the talk was surprising. Like even with the faith that I had with them, like how much. It's not just like an overnight thing. There's been like a clear plan, with the poaching they've done from other teams, top engineers from Red Bull and Mercedes. the money Stroll is putting into it, the new factory and everything, there's clearly a plan there. You know, even they have this. I think the vision is to be world champions by 2025, which maybe is too ambitious, but there's clearly work being put into that. It's not just they're just coming into this season and there's everyone is writing them off. But I get the point Madi made about other teams will make gains. Ferrari will make gains. Red Bull will make gains. Mercedes clearly made gains. So Aston isn't just going to find 1.5 seconds and suddenly be in the fight. I don't think they are going to be in the fight. That's too far off. But I said earlier, even fourth place for them is like a massive step. I think they finished seventh last year. Was it seventh or eighth? So jumping to fourth above McLaren and Alpine, who really looked like promising. Like there was any midfield team that coming into this year, I would have thought would be able to disturb the top three. I would have thought it was Alpine. So Aston Martin is testing, I know, but the talk is good. And as we've seen in time past, sometimes the talk from testing turns out to be true. The only concern I'll have for them is their development over the season. They might start great. Truly, Alonso might find himself on the second row next week, Saturday, and it all starts good. But the development over the season, other people will catch up. Will be able to keep it up. That's where the concern is. For McLaren, as Admin said, it's like last season over again. Although this time it feels like they'll be starting a bit worse. Because it's McLaren, you have faith in them and you expect them to, last season they did recover. And, they were meant to finish ahead of Alpine, even though that they only had one driver against two. The other one, well, let's not talk about it. But let's see what McLaren can do. They've considered, this one is not even paddock though, they've considered they're not going to start great. Their team principal has said it. Lando is not looking, happy at all. But let's see how they can develop over the season. The whole Piastri and Lando thing. I think people don't give Lando the respect it deserves. Like there's drivers across the grid that that whatever machinery they're given, they will extract the limit out of it. And it's a very small list. Lewis, Max, Alonso, and I'll add Lando to that list. George is somewhere there. Leclerc has talent, but to me, he's not the person that can really extract something out of a very shit car. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, he's not on that pedigree. But I think Lando will still do great. Oscar, it's hard to tell, but clearly a very special talent. Leclerc level of talent. And then on Alpine, very quiet testing for them. But it has been confirmed that their engine was turned down throughout testing. So it's hard to tell where they are. But I think those three will still be the exciting midfield part. So if McLaren can get things right here, McLaren, Alpine, and then Aston Martin.
I'm not going to lie you. God help Aston Martin, because all this talk, God help them in His infinite mercies. Because okay, because not only are we going to bamboozle them on this space, Alonso will deal with them inside out. But yeah, okay, let's hear from Miss 20 F1 before we hear from Yemi, please.
Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, boss.
Yes. So you spoke about McLaren not being in a good place financially, commercially, which I don't agree with you because since Zach Brown took over, McLaren have been able to recover somehow.
Okay. So, yeah, financially, financially, yeah.
Which I disapprove with you because you can see the sponsors on the car, unlike 2018, and so McLaren financially, but performance-wise, they're not in a good place. But financially and commercially, they're in a very good place. So if someone is to be replaced, it's the technical director, James Key, that's under the knife, not Zach Brown, the CEO, according to me, anyway. What else? I think Ebon spoke about McLaren prioritizing Lando over Daniel, and that it doesn't make sense when you're fighting for fourth place. I mean, if you're fighting for first place in the constructors, yeah, you can see. But for fourth place, where according to Croft and Will Buxton, they spoke about the difference in money price being more than $10 million, which can help you like in building a better car the next season. So no one's gonna jeopardize that just to fumble one of the drivers. So I think in fact that was a wrong. I believe that was wrong in her, I think, discrepancies about the team and so. Also, yeah, Yemi spoke about I know you say that he's a joke and stuff, but he spoke about Max being a fraud. Man, I'm no Red Bull fan or Mercedes fan, but there's no way you can say Max is a fraud. Max came into F1 with 1 years of experience from G, and he managed to challenge Carlos Sainz, who previously won the
Hello.
Red Bull
Hello.
race.
Tani, yeah, who is this now?
Hello.
Sorry sorry about this, please.
Yes, I've seen like this first race in Red Bull, he literally won the race in Barcelona. You can't in F1. I think everyone that's been watching F1, best driver has to be in the right machine. The best driver, if the best driver is in the wrong machine, there's no way he's winning. Like we have to. That's something you know with watching F1. If you're the best driver, you still need the best machine. So you can't because Max is in Red Bull. That's the only reason he's winning. Max is able to extract more than other drivers have been there. That's why Max is top. Him and Hamilton, we can say top. Hamilton is the GOAT, obviously, but Max is making his way right there. And with another car like this from preseason testing, this could be the third one, 3 in a row for Max. So you can't just say Max is a fraud because of 2021. Yeah, everyone knows what happened. That's gone. It's in the past. But still, man, you can't talk Max about that. Yeah. So thank you anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, what do I call you? Okay, I guess I'll just call you 21. Okay. Okay, on the point of financially, I personally will well, English is not my first language, so whether it's agree to disagree or agree to differ. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is I feel McLaren financially are not doing so well because first of all, they've lost a lot of sponsors. They lost a very big sponsor, Gulf Oil, which they did not renew their sponsorship with. Gulf Oil has been with McLaren for quite a while. I can't remember, but quite a while. They lost how many sponsors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sponsors additionally plus Gulf Oil, which is meant to be a financial source of revenue, or rather a source of revenue. Yeah. And then you lost Daniel Ricciardo as well, which is, though, yeah, he was not performing. He was more of a liability, but let's say you had to pay him off. So 50 million in any organization is a big sum of money. Be it Google, be it Flutterway, be it any pure water company, is a big sum of money. So that's just my take on it. McLaren are not doing so well financially, and very soon. Anyway, I believe they're public. Okay, yeah. The F1. Okay, we might not even know the F1 side of things when they release their public report and all of that. But yeah, but that's just my take. Okay. Okay, Yemi, please go ahead. This has been a while. Sorry, thank you for waiting.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Actually, just on the McLaren issue, right? I actually quite agree with everybody's sentiment. I think that that team has been in decline since Lewis left. I'm actually really happy that Lewis left that team. I don't think they really appreciated the gem they had on hand. They brought Button in. They were trying to make them compete. I'm like, guys, what are you guys doing, man? And I think what we're seeing today is just or what we're seeing today are the symptoms of a long decline, to be honest. That's my honest opinion on that, because I feel like, I think if you ask me, I think the issues with McLaren are actually not, I mean, people say it's financial. Ultimately, a lot of your issues as a company, team, whatever, will always ultimately reflect in the financials one day. So if you keep making bad decisions, operationally, eventually those decisions will reflect in the numbers, which is, I think, where they are today. I know they've had a couple of changes of ownership. They brought Zach Brown. He tried to, I understand the strategy. He tried to expand the pot, double into many things. But really, McLaren today is a team of that. They're jack of all trades, master of none. That's what I'll call McLaren today. Compared to McLaren, what Mercedes is today, right, was what McLaren used to be in 2020, 2012, like the team that would challenge with Red Bull and Ferrari. It was McLaren with Lewis there. Like 2012, 2010, 11, 9, they were a bit of a shitbox at 9, but 8, 7, right? McLaren has always been there. Like, they have rich heritage, like from Senna days, even Hakkinen. They were actually always there in the late 90s, mid 2000s, and then early 2020, the late 2010s, or 2010, sorry, early 2010s, late 2000s, right? McLaren was a team. Today they are nowhere. My own take on their issues, I think their issues are actually technical. I don't think it's because ultimately it doesn't matter how bad your management is. It doesn't matter how bad financially are. The truth is they've not been able to build a good car for almost a decade now. Actually, exactly a decade. Since 2013, that team has not been able to build a solid car. 2013, shitbox. 2014, shitbox. 2015, shitbox. 2017, GP2 engine. Did you get like, also, so not 2016, I think it was 2016 that was GP2 engine. I don't know. Well, either ways, the point is they've just been crap, right? I think the issues are technical, deeply technical issues. I don't think that the recruitment by the different people from Red Bull have worked. And I think they haven't worked because the team's culture I feel like there's a lot of old heads there that don't want to change, have refused to evolve. You can't go, that's 3 different sets of regulations that they haven't been able to build a good car. You had the 2014 iteration, you had 2017, now we're in 2022, right? They haven't still been able to build a good car. At the end of the day, in F1, man, it boils down to being able to build a good car. You can't tell me that McLaren is a team that doesn't have the resources to build a good car, right? You can't tell me that, right? So, that's my perspective, Sean. I don't see them. I think Russell, him punching the wall, I think was him realizing that he's tied himself to a very long contract in that team, and for anybody that wants to come and buy him out, he's take a lot of money. And people was wondering, like, if I have to buy you out, let me just, someone like, for example, if Lewis decides to leave after this year, that leaves that space vacant. They won't go for Norris because Norris is already tied down. Leclerc could be a better option because Leclerc has a win. I mean, he hasn't signed a contract then. So that's the thing. Like, Norris shouldn't have gone into that long contract. He's thinking to himself, oh shit, this guy is no longer. It doesn't seem like these guys will develop this car. And even if they decide to change their ways and start developing the car in a better way, they are still at least 2 years away, in my opinion, from developing a car that could become a championship contender. First of all, if I was team principal today, I'll first remove that useless papaya livery. I think that one's already giving them like +5, plus half a second. But that useless livery is already plus half. Let's go back to the chrome, man. That was an iconic livery. That chrome livery. But anyway, Sha, I don't really care for McLaren. They can be backbenchers for all I care, man. I don't really care for them. But the reason why I was going to just respond to something Imade said earlier. I think at the beginning of the space where he said that he believes in patterns in F1 of how, and he mentioned how Red Bull dominated the blown diffuser Coanda effect era. and how Mercedes dominated the 2014 regulations, but and how he believes that Red Bull will dominate this era. I beg to differ. All right. I beg to differ. I mean, to be fair, this era is short. So this era I expect to be short. I mean, we don't know whether they will retain the aerodynamic regulations for 2026. But in any case, this era is really 22, 23, 24, 25. So it's just 4 years if we are really keeping the buck. So to be honest, maybe you're right, because if they dominate this year, they pretty much dominated 50% of the era, right? But let's see. But I disagree because I was going to correct you, sorry, because I think we often people lump up 2014 and 2017 together because we had the same engines. But the truth is, by 2017, a lot of the manufacturers had caught up with their engines. And the truth is, Red Bull, if you're keeping a buck, Red Bull actually built shit boxes in 2017, in 18, in 19. It was in 20 they started to realize that, oh, okay, this car, they started to figure out the car to such a point that by the end of 20, Max comfortably won the 2020 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And then you could tell that the guy, it was on a good run of form in that end of 2020. And then obviously the changes to the regulations in 2021 played into their hands. So if you ask me, I don't think it's fair to say, I think the pattern of domination, I will agree that Mercedes dominated 2014 to 2016. So 14, 15, 16, 3 years on engine regulations. They did. They had a good head start. They planned ahead while other teams were focusing on winning 13 races in a season in 2013. And then dominate. But I think in 2017 was a clean. At that point, I feel like the engine, people had already caught up to them in the engine department anyway, so they're pretty close, not so significant. All right. And then I think from 2017 to 2021, all right, that was just purely them being better than the opposition in the department of aerodynamics. Simple. I don't think people like to say, Newey is a genius, Newey is this, that. But actually, the guy has also built shit boxes too. He built shit boxes in the early, 2017, 18, 19. Those cars were not dominant cars. They were not even, Mercedes was dominant. In fact, Ferrari was better than them. I mean, Ferrari gave Mercedes a hard time in 17, 18, and 19.
Yeah, me. Come on.
No, but I'm being real now.
Yeah, me. But those were more of.
Can I respond to him?
No, okay. Let me finish my point. I'm about to finish. So let me just finish my point, and then you guys can respond. I know many people want to respond. So I think I don't think it's fair to say, oh, patterns. I think you take out 17 to 21, right? That was an era where people like Red Bull and Ferrari had the opportunity to actually dominate, and it wasn't that advantage, but it was that these guys built better cars. And I don't see that pattern necessarily. I don't think that pattern thing you said is necessarily a justification for Red Bull dominating this year. Red Bull dominated last year because they cheated. Everybody knows. So let's leave that on one side. This year they are carrying on the cheating, the gains from the cheating they cheated last year into this year. So that's another perspective. So let's be specific about these things. Is all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, Andrew. 1 second. Imade, please go ahead, quick. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. When I said domination, I was not being specific about something. You could dominate with multiple things or whatsoever favors you over your rivals at that point and gives you the edge consistently. So even if you want to split the whole 2014 to 2021 into two, it shows Mercedes is both the beginning of both of wherever regulations you want to mention there. And I said patterns don't lie because it is the truth. We've seen them. If you want to split it from 2014, if you want to split it from 2010, if you want to do it from 2004 when Ferrari, the whole Schumacher era, it shows. And when I'm not saying because, this person gets it, one team gets ahead at the beginning of the regulations means they will. I'm telling you, what I'm saying is when you ace the regs and you are far ahead, it gives you the advantage. One thing, you were saying something, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you mentioned one race towards the beginning and towards the ending of last season, and then you said what did you say? You said Red Bull Mercedes could have won if they had removed the drag or something along those lines. If I'm quoting you wrong, please correct me. Do you know that Red Bull actually toned down their car? Obviously, do you know that, or are you sure about that? Do you think Red Bull was firing on all cylinders towards the ending of the season when they were sure everything was going their way? So my point is, the moment a team aces the regs at the beginning of a regulation change, they have the advantage. It has shown. Me and you have watched F1 for over 10 years, over 15 years. These things show. That's why I say the pattern is showing that Red Bull would continue. It doesn't mean they would blow everyone away as they blew everyone away yet last season. It doesn't mean it will be similar to the Mercedes 2014, the Red Bull 2011 season. But the moment you have an advantage and you are far ahead, as everybody is trying to play catch up, they are brilliant engineers in Red Bull, no matter how much you people hate them and all that kind of a thing. They are extremely brilliant people. And please, my guy, put some respect on it. I knew his name. He didn't build shit boxes. It was Renault. It was the whole. And before anybody tags me, I'm not a Red Bull fan. I just like putting it out there because some people come and call me a Red Bull fan. But I'm an engineer and I respect the innovation. Renault didn't build shit boxes. It was a Renault nonsense engine. At least you were the one that mentioned GP2 engine for McLaren and Honda. So it was until Honda got their act right and came back. We know all these things. So when we're making these statements, I think let's try to put them in proper context. Thank you.
Thank you, Made. You see, that's our local engineers speaking. Engineer has spoken. Let's listen. Andrew, please go ahead.
You can skip me.
Thank you, boss. Okay.
Sorry, can I just quickly? Sorry, can I just quickly jump in? I was just going to respond to Yemi to say that. Yeah, I was just going to respond to Yemi to say, in terms of Lando signing a long-term contract and not being able to, get out of it. I mean, if you've learned anything from contracts over the years in F1, I mean, something as simple as last year from Danny Rick is, if a team wants you bad enough, they can buy you out of any contract that you're in, right? So I don't necessarily think that may be a problem if a team wants Norris. I mean, I completely agree that shouldn't have tied himself to McLaren for that long. But I mean, the driver market was crazy. I think Norris just saw an opportunity to be number one man, and he probably had hopes that things would improve within the team. But if the situation is if a team can buy Norris out of a contract, I mean, let's see Mercedes, for example. They have the money to buy him out of the contract. So if a team wants him, hopefully not Mercedes, if a team wants him, then I don't think it's a problem. They can buy anyone out of any contract. I think we've been around long enough to see that. So yeah.
Let me even add to what you're saying, because we'll be talking about long contract. At the end of the contract we are all speaking about is money, Now, if Lando not sign a contract that at most the contract is worth 5 million, bruh, anybody, if someone's going to, Mercedes will pay the 5 million quickly, or a Red Bull will pay the 5 million. So it depends on the value of the contract, basically. So if it's a $25 million contract, or I don't know if anyone understands what I'm saying. So I think it depends on the value of the contract.
You're completely right. A contract could be 30. I mean, Danny Rick was 18 million, no? I mean, the contract could be 30 million. Yeah, 50. I thought it was 18. Anyway, okay, yeah. So, a contract could be 30 million, and a team wants you bad enough. And I mean, imagine Lewis. I mean, maybe not. Well, I mean, he's still a great driver, but imagine a team wants Lewis, and or Lewis is available for the taking, and Lewis's contract, you have to buy him out for 30 million. I mean, come on. Let's say Red Bull, for example. I'm not trying to start any trouble, but let's just say Red Bull, for example. I mean, I guess a team principal would pay that money for Lewis, and take him on their team. But yeah, no matter the amount, I think anyone can buy you from any contract, irrespective. If they want you bad enough, I think we've seen that.
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I wasn't even saying. So I think let's guess. Let's be honest with ourselves here, man. everything you said, correct. People can be bought out of contracts. The question is, what is the likelihood of Lando being bought out of a contract for McLaren if any of the spaces in the top teams open up? Because at the end of the day, the market is very competitive, right? Lando is not the best driver out there. He's a top quality driver, I agree. But you know what? The market is so competitive that there are top drivers that will be more affordable, that teams will be willing to place a bet on before they place a bet in Lando. Lando has not cut trees. He has not burned up trees where he's at McLaren. Do you get my point? So if, for example, if Verstappen became available, right? For whatever reason.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, finish.
Hold on. If he became available for whatever reason, right? People will try and get him. Same thing for Lewis, because these are guys that are proven. I'll give you an example. See Russell. I mean, he made a comment recently, I don't know, over the winter. He said that the time that he lost, or the development time, the time that his time with Lewis this past 1 year, right, racing alongside Lewis, makes up for all the development time he felt he lost, wallowing as a backmarker in Williams. We're hearing similar things from Schumacher, saying that these guys are Mercedes. They move different. They have long meetings. The work ethic there is different. That's the work ethic of a team that knows how to win. That's the work ethic of a championship, 8-time championship winning team, right? So someone that has an experience. Russell now is a completely different driver from when he got, just by virtue of working alongside Lewis. The guy's, his market value has gone up significantly, right? If Russell is available and Lando is available, teams will take Russell over Lando today, just by virtue of this guy has raced Lewis, this guy has raced at Mercedes, right? So that's what I'm saying. I hear you guys, people can be bought out of a contract, but the question is, who will? If the Mercedes team, if Lewis leaves this year and Aston is available, when they have many people in the pipeline, it's not Lando they will go for. Lando's contract will be more expensive than Piastri's contract. So if you want to buy Lando versus Piastri will be cheaper to buy him out of the contract, because Piastri has a shorter contract by virtue of just the logic, right? He has a shorter contract. He will be cheaper. Do you get? So I agree. Again, remember when it cost cap era, they can't be, which is why I feel like the move that this guy made last year, just paying Ricardo off. He paid him, was he 18 million? That's 10%. That's more than 10% of their costs. Granted, driver salaries are excluded, but guess what? Businesses have cash flow needs, right? So ultimately, that's cash flow that they would have otherwise spent into development. Now the guy has to go and borrow it. Do you get? So, but that's separate. We're getting into the details here. The point I'm trying to make is this: Lando is a good driver, but the truth is, he's wiggled himself into what I would call a difficult position. Can people buy him out of his contract? Correct, they can. But the truth is, if a seat comes up today, he's not shown anything. As a driver, we keep hearing of how good he is, right? But ultimately, he's in a bad team. It's like saying Messi is in Sheffield United. He has not won much. He's in, like, do you get I'm just saying Lionel Messi in Sheffield United, his value will decrease over time if he spends 4 or 5 years there. You now sign 10-year contract on top. Come on, it doesn't matter how good he is, right? His value will decrease and he won't be as sought after as he was, particularly if he's not winning championships, he's not getting on frequent podiums, he's not fighting for wins regularly. There's a massive difference. That's just my perspective. Do you get? So, and again, I'm not trying to say, I think Lando is a talented driver, but I just think he's a talented driver in a very, very bad, horrible team that is almost hopeless at this point. Thank you.
I mean, just can I quickly respond to that?
Go ahead, Abaseke, man. Go ahead.
I get where Yemi is coming from, but I don't think I don't think Yemi is taking into consideration the entire driver market. So when Yemi says there's people that will go ahead with before him, the only person I can think of, to be honest, is Leclerc, because let's look at the drivers and the situations of their contract. Lewis is dying with Mercedes, forever, how long he wants to go. Russell is tied to Mercedes, they've invested so much in him. They're not lying. Even if they don't build a good car for the next 2-3 years, they're not lying. I want to go anyway. Max is,
is Red Bull. Leclerc is the only, top driver on the grid that his contract situation is not really like settled now. And it's all depending on how Ferrari perform the next 2 years. If they perform well, we'll definitely sign an extension. If they regress terribly, then other big teams can come in for him depending on, the situation that comes up in their team. Checo has 1 more year left after this. Lewis, nobody knows. He's still good enough to go for 3-4 years. But sometimes someone can just decide to stop. So if Lewis decides to stop, that's good. You just wait. Seb stopped last season and he caused this entire, ruckus in the driver market. If Lewis decides to stop today, there's going to be changes from here and there and there. So the only driver I see that with a contract situation that is not solid, that teams will go for before Norris is only Leclerc. Nobody's picking Piastri over Norris, no matter how much it costs to buy out Norris. He's that good. I don't think people appreciate. I've always rated him ahead of Russell. I think people disagree with that. I mean, in the feeder series, Russell finished ahead of him. But Norris has been consistently good. He's the young crop of drivers that we've seen come out in the past 4 years, this generation, past 4 to 6 years. Max, Leclerc, Russell, Albon, all of them. Norris is the only one of them that has not gone through a crash phase, where he's crashing into other people, where he's, he's not on. I mean, Max has always been fast, but Max has been a terrorist sometimes. Russell, the pace has always been there, but he's tried to kill people sometimes. Norris has driven consistently and cleanly. There's no crash phase, there's no nothing. The times he's been on the podiums for McLaren, like he's always extracted 101% from the car they've given him. So I don't care how much his contract is. I mean, it's not been much. It might not even be up to what Ricardo was collecting. I don't think it will be up to. Let's say it's maybe at 10 to 50 million. That's nothing for those teams to buy him out. The only question will be, is Leclerc available? If Leclerc is available, definitely they'll go for him over Norris. If he's not available, he's the next big option. There's no other person that is more enticing than Lando Norris on that grid.
I don't like how we keep leaving my guy Sainz out of this.
Please, let's do same. I mean, Sainz is a great driver, but come on.
Oh, Carlos.
Talk about marketability that we will say is good. He's actually a good driver, but it's like nobody recognizes him. Like Sainz is that person you forget is on the grid. To be honest, you just forget he's there. He's a good driver, but I'm actually that agenda that he might do better than Leclerc this season. Like I'm supporting it silently. But Leclerc just has everything on the side. The whole, Leclerc is born and bred in Ferrari. Like he's a perfect Ferrari specimen. Let's just put it that way. But like talent-wise, I think Sainz can. I mean, their first season together, Sainz did finish ahead of him, and there's a lot of things you can say. But I think he could really. But he's just that kind of person that you forget is on the grid. Sadly.
I think for Sainz, as you said, he finished in his first season, finished ahead of him. Sainz is an underrated driver, because if you look at Sainz's trajectory in terms of how he has gone in F1, sometimes he finds himself out of his seat and then ends up getting a seat. Never really has looked for a seat or has to really walk on track to look for a seat whenever he gets kicked out, basically, So it's and in the first season he outperformed Leclerc. Last season had a very rough start, and as you can see, he gradually picked up. It was one that won Silverstone, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. So it's let's say this will be his third season, So let's just see how he performs, And now that they will have Vasseur, I don't want to say a more stable team principal, because at the end of the day, that Ferrari job is not easy. So, but with Vassal making some changes to the strategy team, reducing the workload of some of the track personnel, there should be some improvements behind the scenes, So let's see how they will perform strategy-wise, because we all know that's what killed them. Those drivers did their best last season, maybe apart from one or two occasions, like the French GP, for example, where Leclerc bin the car, but it is what it is. Everyone can bin the car, So yeah. Okay, Miss Catrock. Okay, I am needed and Miss Catrock, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, Imade, thanks for clearing me up. I thought I was going to be the one, but thanks for clearing up about the 27th thing. In regards to Lando, wow, Lando is a fantastic driver for me. On the grid, after Max, Lewis, then Sainz, Leclerc, then Lando. Because Lando is actually a very fantastic driver. People don't give him enough respect. Because that shit box of McLaren drives well and give them good results out of it. Because during lockdown, the old 2021 season was driving fantastic for them. Big respect for him. Well, what do I want to say again then? Jeez, I might just keep doing. Let me just pass the mic to them that want to speak.
No problem. Miss Catrock, please.
I have to disagree with that Sainz and Norris argument. Sainz is statistically better than Norris. And when you look in the history books, they're not going to say, he was a better driver technically. When you look in the books, Sainz, 15 podiums to his 6. They both had 1 win. So, no, I'm not buying that Norris is a better driver, because if he is, it's not coming out in his results. And Sainz has not always had the best car either.
That's true.
Sorry, I mean, that's a fair point. But, I mean, statistically, if you look at it, it's like historically, like sometimes, like the perfect example to use is Prost and Senna. I don't know if there's anybody in this space that was alive then, but obviously I wasn't alive. But of course, we read about it and we see the legacy they still have to today. Prost has all the statistics on his side: more wins, more world championships. Most of the major statistics are on Prost's side. But even then, nobody you never hear him in the same level that Senna is mentioned. They had their personal battles. Prost came out some ahead. Senna came out some ahead. Where everyone, like, the general agreement is that Senna was the better driver. And so there's the statistics, tells a story most of the time. But sometimes you can look at it and be more, I don't know what to use, be more objective. That's the word I should use. Statistically, Sainz has the one win, which is like the trumping in Oberland. But
Lando has a win as well. They both got 1 win.
No, Lando doesn't have a
win.
I mean, why are we going too
No
far?
win for Lando yet.
Lando and Sainz were teammates. Who outperformed who? Right.
That was Lando's rookie season. Now, if I'm not wrong, I think that was Lando's rookie season.
Was meant to.
Well, they were both similar. So let me look that up in terms of.
I think that was Lando's rookie season. So I think we can't use that.
No, he didn't have a win, but I still rate Sainz way more than Lando.
I actually agree.
That's fair.
I rate Sainz higher than Leclerc, actually.
Personally, I think we're not even. I don't think we're rating Sainz fairly, because Sainz is a Ferrari driver. It's not like, I don't think he'll be a Ferrari driver if not for his performances. If we even look at all the situations he's he's left the team. Maybe apart from his Toro Rosso um, days where he was a bit. I would say he wasn't more of a mature driver as he is now, But I was just, anyway. Let me look up the data between Sainz and Norris.
Sorry to jump in. I think I actually rate Sainz higher than Leclerc, and the reason is simple. I think Sainz is more well-rounded than Leclerc. I mean, even from last season and previous, watching Leclerc over the years, but let's just say last season. When I say well-rounded, I mean even in things as simple as so I say most likely to crack under pressure. I have like a list, and Leclerc is there, like right, at the top. So I mean, last year they had reliability issues, but in terms of maturity and just being well-rounded, not cracking under pressure and all of that, I think I kind of put Sainz above Leclerc. Yeah, but I also think in terms of driving ability, I think the only difference is Sainz has maybe not been consistent in the Ferrari, or was not consistent in the Ferrari last year in the first half. But if I had to pick, I would pick Sainz over Leclerc any day. Leclerc is a bus driver.
Can I
Well,
quickly go?
I think
Okay, 1 second, just quick before you quickly go. Yeah. So I did. I put out a poll. So maybe you guys could just is the pinned tweet, please. So you could just choose your preference. I want to see everyone's what everyone's thinking between Sainz and Norris. Sorry, Sainz and Leclerc. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, please. I believe that was.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So for me, I think Sainz is quite is a decent driver, but it's not in the caliber of Lewis, Leclerc, and Max. You guys remember that Max was teammate with Sainz in his rookie season in Toro Rosso, and before he was even promoted to Red Bull, Sainz was there like a year before. Yes, they promoted Max ahead of Sainz, and even in that half season, Max performed way better than Sainz. Of course, Sainz also has like that pedigree based on his father. And if you even remember, I think season 2 or so of Drive to Survive, it was his father that negotiated his Ferrari contract. So in terms of pace, it's not even close to Leclerc. However, because of maybe pedigree and number of years he has spent in lower teams and midfield teams, he's better at handling bad cars. While Leclerc is just, that raw pace, and he's prone to making mistakes when the car is just not performing. So that's just my own take on on the comparison.
Thank you very much, Raphael. We are really shitting on Sainz.
But ability to race in a bad car is, a good driver ability to have. So
come on.
Yeah, but then we can say Russell is better than Lewis because Russell was better at racing a bad car last year.
I beg, please relax.
I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you.
Some
Wait, I
respect
have to
on
block.
Lewis, so I beg you.
Oh god. Okay, read one please. So read one then Imade, please.
Okay. Can you get them?
Read one not so clear.
Okay. So, on the Lando stock of the thing is, I just feel like him being in that McLaren, to be honest, for the last, I think in this regulation, I don't think they did not really aid that regulation like that. They were having, I think, the same issue they had at 2022 testing also. I think last season, this brake issue or that, I think the brake issue, they had it this time around also. I think they are not that consistent and showing like that the best from the top 3. I don't think they are the ones again, but to be honest, like what the team said, he said that they won't like they will start the season poorly, but we will see what they will actually be able to as they progress, just as they did last season. I think almost all Mercedes car, Mercedes, those that used Mercedes engine last season, as they did last season, as they are able to progress, they are able to upgrade and build towards and be better. So let's see what will happen. But for Lando, I don't think. I think if that car is not that good this season, I think his agent will actually be talking to other teams. So, for example, I'm not that sure. I think this Luis last season in Mercedes. I think I'm not sure. So he might sign a new contract with them. No one knows about that. Leclerc, I don't know. I don't think. I think he's also looking at that Mercedes seat. So I'm not sure, but if it is not clear, the thing is that if Lewis signs for Mercedes, Leclerc will surely sign for Ferrari. That's just the truth about it. There's no point. Because there's no way you will actually leave a big team, because you have to leave a big team to another big team. As Leclerc is very good, yes, he's a top driver, so that's it for him. He will actually move to another team, another big team. I don't see Red Bull giving Checo another contract from 2024. To be honest, I don't see in his last 2 years. I think that will be his last contract with Red Bull, but we don't know what will happen. I don't think Red Bull is giving. And if you look at the list of Red Bull drivers, even if they are starting, no one is ready to be in the second team, to be in speed, to actually be in that second seat. So Red Bull might actually go outside and sign Lando. We don't know. They are like, that's just it. To be honest, everything that even what Red Bull is actually doing, with like sometimes is we actually don't know, because the league that they signed to AlphaTauri. To be honest, I don't see the reason behind it with the pattern that Red Bull has been going. Even since they signed Checo, that Red Bull are outsourcing outside, not from inside again. So I don't like. I see Red Bull going for Lando, but actually, Honor came for Lando before he signed that long contract. I think he rejected it. I'm not sure, because that's what I read. So I'm not sure. He rejected it, but you never know. Red Bull might actually go for Lando, but I just feel like the guy. I won't say it's wasting his time at McLaren, because there's no team you can actually go apart from McLaren. But I just feel like he's too talented than to be in that kind of car at his age. So that's just it. So for Lando, that's for Lando. And for this Sainz and Leclerc, everyone knows where my stance is. Like when Sainz joined Ferrari, when he joined Leclerc in 2020, he beat Leclerc with his time. So people might say that yes, he's like Leclerc is 3 tenths faster than him. Leclerc is 4 tenths faster than him. And the person is even sorry, I think the person is even hearing me now. I don't care. 2020, that's 2021, 2022, fine. Science was terrible at the beginning of the season, but if you look at the second half of the season, when he was able to get hold of that car, we actually saw what he can do. And 2023, my own is that Science will actually deck him. He will actually deck Leclerc again this year, our next season that we are going. That's my own agenda, my own personal agenda. And I don't change. Now that's it, and I stand by it. So that's my agenda. Science will deck Leclerc. My own another agenda is we are actually forgetting the two French boys at Alpine. So I can't wait to see that battle also. And also with Oscar. To be honest, I saw like even during that guy, for me, that guy, his face looked like an assassin, to be honest. Like he's not showing his true face. He's not showing his true behavior. And you will actually see his true behavior. Because even during their launching, the guy was just saying, as Lando has said, Atlanta, because you actually see because even with what happened during all this transfer saga or moving from one team to another, you actually saw what you can do. So, to be honest, when we see his true face, we actually know what Oscar will actually do. So, but next season, if the car is not that good, I don't think he will actually beat Lando. But so people have that agenda that he will deck Lando next season. But I don't see it happening. Yeah, so that's for me, and I can't wait for the two Mercedes boys also. So do that one, too. I'm actually looking forward to that. So that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Hey God. Hey, good one. Okay. um. Oh God. Co-host, please go ahead. Abasa Keba will come to you in a bit. Co-host, I'm sure you want to reply someone.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime into the whole Sainz Leclerc conversation. And to be honest, I'm shocked. I know I was like me and Bolaji and others used to tease Bayo, we used to tease him about Sainz being the team leader and that kind of a thing. But on a serious note, Sainz, I'm genuinely shocked as to what people are actually saying and making them say Sainz is a better driver than Leclerc. Like honestly, I have been searching for it. Sainz is way too reactive under pressure. He's also very, very indecisive on the steering on when he's driving in the steering wheel. He doesn't have the one lap pace as compared to Leclerc. So we saw what Leclerc did with Vettel, what he did with um Lewis a couple of times when they've raced very hard and cleanly, especially when both of them have same tire advantage and that kind of a thing. So I genuinely I'm surprised, genuinely really really surprised. If and I know most people are not cooking, so it's even shocking that I'm defending Leclerc myself. But honestly, Sainz is no match for Leclerc under proper circumstances. Sainz he has the potential, but he's way too reactive. Times when things that people like Lewis and others, top drivers, will be calm and take better lines, he reacts unnecessarily and then he's always overcorrecting lots of times. So, personally, my own opinion, and based on everything I've seen, Leclerc is a far better driver than Sainz. But if I want to cook bio, I would say Sainz is better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Imadi. Actually, based on data, because now we are now, I guess sometimes when we're having some of these debates, we'll just be doing some little polls. So based on data, 38 votes, 87% said they will choose Leclerc over Sainz. So unfortunately, I don't win this one. But God day. Yeah, Abasia, can you please go ahead? Then we'll have Adebayo, the man from Ferrari.
Yeah, it's still on this size and Leclerc thing. I mean, the better driver is clearly Leclerc. Like Leclerc is on that is very close to like one that one in the generation talent is maybe not there like Max, but it's very close. Like, that's how highly I rate him. That guy's natural pace is out of this world. But I sort of like argue with what Inobong was saying about like Sainz in the sense of the complete package. Sainz is not a complete driver. His one lap pace isn't that great, and then he just doesn't have that dog in him. Like for overtakes, he's not just there. Like you see how daring Lewis can be, how daring Max can be, how daring Leclerc can be. Sainz doesn't really. It feels like it's there, but like maybe he's not really reaching into it yet. But then I just see like across an entire season. The problem is for this season, for example, we surely know Red Bull is going to be there. Like I'm imagining like a 2016 type of season, like 2014 to 2016, that Lewis and Rosberg had. Lewis was definitely the better driver, but Rosberg was still able to, sneak in one championship. Like I imagine it's like that kind of scenario, like between Leclerc and Sainz. Like if Ferrari had the best car on the grid for 3 years and it was just two of them, I think Sainz will definitely get one. And if Leclerc is not perfect, as you're expecting to be, Sainz can even nick 2 out of 3. That's how I see him, because Leclerc has the natural pace and everything, but last year everybody talked about how Ferrari was holding him back, but look at Leclerc over the years. There's just times he himself holds himself back, and Sainz really has those moments. Maybe because Sainz doesn't put himself into those moments, but he's not daring enough sometimes. But I believe over the course of like a 23 race season, if it's just two of them going at it, it's not going to be Leclerc washing him like the way people are saying. It's going to be very close, and the way Formula One is, the little things that comes into that can change the course of a race and a championship. Sainz could definitely finish ahead of him. Doesn't make him the better driver, but just because of he's more complete to me than Leclerc, and sometimes more calm than Leclerc can be. Those are things that matter in the championship fight.
Okay. I guess what Abasia Kamara is trying to say is that Sainz is giving Uber driver treats. But yeah, let's move on. Adebayo, good to have you back.
No, just briefly. I didn't plan to speak. Good evening, everyone. I didn't plan to speak. I just had some very weird statements earlier about Sainz. Yeah, I just had some very weird statement about Sainz and Leclerc, and I'm like, come on. I don't know. I really don't know, right? So work with me for like a minute or two thereabout, and I will leave. When the season started last year, when they had a very competitive car, right? When Ferrari had a very competitive car, right? We saw what Leclerc did with the car, right? And we saw what Sainz was doing with the car, right? Australian Open, Sainz sent the car into the barrier. Miami, the race after Australia, we saw what he did. We saw what he did at Spanish Grand Prix as well. The only win we got last year was because Ferrari mixed up Leclerc. Silverstone, if they had pitted Leclerc, if they had done the needful by pitting Leclerc under safety car, Leclerc could have won the race ahead of Sainz, right? If they didn't leave him out on hard tires, right? Leclerc would have won the race, right? The second round of the season that people are saying that he decked Leclerc, come on, go and check the stats. Leclerc had over 100 points in that second round of the season, right? Even the second round of the season was even one of the very best time for Leclerc, right? He recorded a lot of podiums in that second round of the season. Sainz didn't have up to 100 points. I think Sainz had less than 90 points in that second round of the season, right? Race pace data is there. Average race pace data per lap is there. Sainz was 3/10 per lap. Leclerc was 3/10 per lap faster than Sainz all through the season, right? Quali pace is there, right? Leclerc was faster. Even the season before that you guys were comparing, right? We knew what happened in that season, right? We knew what happened, but we won't talk, right? Even that same season, the lap per time and whatever was better, right? Right? It's just so very weird to hear people say crunch or that, whatever. When they had a faster car, the person that you are saying that could perform in a very good car did not perform. He didn't perform. The team had to start sabotaging the guy ahead to ensure that to boost back his confidence. So to be very fair, I'm beginning to doubt to put some asterisks on some people's racing racing wheel knowledge, right? I'm giving like, how would you want to? I would have a car. I will now put signs ahead. Maybe if it's signs and now would know wins, right? I can do that, right? I can put signs ahead of Nando Norris in the same car, right? But not Leclerc. Let's be and.
Hmm. By your coming testing 1, 2.
You people triggered by
Hmm.
We need to say for peace to reign. I think we change the language to Saints is our preferred driver, so that we know.
But at the moment you have, I don't know, maybe it's network, but yeah, let me bring you back up. So Bayo said
Admin,
he's questioning our wheel knowledge.
and I want to
Obviously we're just having a conversation. But yeah, okay, let's hear from Ridwan. Oh, sorry. Okay, before I hear from Ridwan, sorry. Let's hear from Davidson, because I know he's been trying to speak for a minute, please. So, Davidson, do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is my first time speaking here. Though I've always been in a lot of spaces and I've not really said anything. I always just, tweet and listen. So I am a Mercedes fan, yeah, Lewis Hamilton fan, George Russell fan, yeah, but I will not, I do not take any Norris that lightly. And anybody here that attacks Lando Norris, you are slowly becoming my enemy. That's all I have to say for that. Now, we've been talking, about all the teams in the front, like typical of an F1 coverage. We always focus on the teams in the front, and those guys at the back, they don't get that same love. So I'm going to like drag us out a little bit. Let's talk about some other teams. Let's talk about some other competitions that we're going to be having this season. Pierre Gasly versus Ocon, the two French drivers. Let's talk about who is going to be better. This is a make or break season for Tsunoda. I mean, personally, I feel this was going to be his last season in F1 because he's going to be absolutely destroyed by Nick De Vries. And I mean, Franz Tost usually gives drivers 3 seasons, and I believe um, if Tsunoda doesn't do well, this is going to be his last. Oscar Piastri versus Lando Norris. As I already mentioned earlier, I will not take any Norris slander. But nonetheless, I still love Oscar Piastri very much. And, I always believe in all these young stars that, make their names in F2, in F3, winners from F3, F2, and then make their way into F1. I always believe in them. They already have that winning mentality, and I'm sure they are going to shine in F1. Which other competition? I mean, I hate Aston Martin. I hate Aston Martin very much, and it stems from me hating what's his name, Lawrence Stroll. He has done this rubbish where he basically buys the seats for his son, and I hate Stroll so much. I believe Stroll is the worst driver on that F1 grid. I don't know. I don't care what anybody says, but that's just my emotional biased opinion about him. I mean, I don't think he deserves to be in F1. And then Lawrence Stroll has just done this thing where with his money he will just push good drivers out of the seat. I mean, back then it was Ocon because when he was buying was it Force India was their name, also pushed Ocon out of the seat. And then when he was getting Aston Martin, or when he was changing it to Aston Martin, that was how Sergio Perez was almost out of F1. I mean, we have good drivers leaving F1 when it shits like Lance Stroll still has a seat. And worst of all, they now brought in the person I hate the most in F1, which is Fernando Alonso. That guy should just retire. His days in F1 is over. He should just go and sit it out, relax like Vettel and the rest of the other veterans have done. He should just leave F1. Let all these young boys show themselves. And then finally, this my favorite backfield fight will be between um um Kevin Magnussen and Hulkenberg. I watching them previously, and they used to be enemies, being in different teams and all. But now that they are teammates, I would really love to see it out this time. Thank you all.
Oh wow! Thank you very much, Davidson. First of all, I would like to say we. Please, can you mute your mic? I beg you. Okay, good. First of all, I would like to say we cover all teams. At least we do cover. We do more than Netflix. So that at least that's a fact. We cover all teams more than Netflix. So yeah. So because if not, Williams will not be releasing their show. But yeah, and sometimes it's not our fault because the top teams. It's just like football. Do you understand? How many people just gather and sit down and gather and discuss Southampton and Leeds? Jay, you understand? So yeah, but yeah, we try to cover all teams, which is the fun of it, because at the end of the day, why are we here? Aston Martin recently, I don't know personally. Do you have any problem with Lawrence Stroll? Do you buy stocks? Maybe the stock fell down. Maybe the stock dropped. Sorry. Do you understand? Because you just don't like him. Anyway, yes, your opinion. But I think in terms of Ocon, me, God, if I have son, at least he can drive. He can withstand G forces. I will put him in the seat. Oh, you understand? So I will put him in the seat because at the end of the day, what am I using my money for? Is my money is for my children to enjoy. If that is his desire, if that is what he wants, yeah, why not? I'm sure if Latifi's father could buy Williams, Latifi will still be here. There are a lot of people that have been sponsored, that have been paid drivers. Checo, I believe until Red Bull was a paid driver. You understand? So, in terms of Ocon, I would say the moment Ocon left F1 was right for him, because at that moment he was becoming a bit of a nuisance. I don't know if anyone gets what I mean, because if you remember, was this Singapore? There were some races that you were just like, what is wrong with this fella? So I think him taking that break out of him, rather them booting him out of F1 and him taking that break as well, was beneficial for him to mature, and come back as a better individual, Even though, according to Will Buxton, all of Ocon has never had a very good relationship with all his teammates. If you look at Perez, you look at Alonso, who else again has been Ocon's teammate? Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry?
Ricardo.
Okay, yeah, Ricardo. Ricardo. Renault. Anyway, yeah. Okay. I don't think anybody have ever had problem with Ricardo, basically. But Ocon has, or rather has the trait of not being such an easy teammate to work with, So, as I said, at that point when he left F1, it was right for him and good for him to come back when he did, because at the end of the day, there's time for everything. That's my own point of view. Yeah. So, for Gasly and Ocon, I'm looking forward to what the season has, because I've been listening closely to what Otmar has been saying, because he's been talking a lot. He has even uploaded on Instagram the confidence. Otmar, just 1 second. So the last time Otmar uploaded was November, as the season ended. Then the Alpine launch, then which was 2 days ago. Then after testing, so his last post was like his confidence of in what they've done in the last 3 days, and he's sure they can compete. And like some of his interviews, he's also said he feels he can compete with the likes of Mercedes, and he feels they can probably take the fight to Mercedes, which I kind of find very. Obviously, you tend to raise eyebrows, but you're like, okay, let's see when the season starts, because at the end of the day, we'll all be here. They're a team that have suffered reliability issues in the past, so you will know if they've solved those previous issues before they are even able to compete with the top three, like Otmar is claiming. But yeah, okay. Ima, did you want to go ahead and read one? Then we'll have Ayomide and Yemi, please.
Oh no, you can. You've already said what I wanted to say. I just wanted to talk about the whole hating on privileged kids thing, but you've covered it, so you can skip me.
Oh, okay. Read one.
Okay, so I just want to dive into that science and Leclerc of the team. So the thing is that my agenda is actually focusing on someone, and I think the person actually knows why I'm on this agenda, because that guy. To be honest, people are like on this page, people are actually
Read
saying
one, please. You want to speak up a bit into the mic?
okay, so people are, can you hear me properly?
Yeah, it's better.
So people are actually saying that when Leclerc, when Sainz is under pressure, he also makes mistakes, fine, because to be honest, Leclerc also, that guy also makes mistakes, and he also brings his car almost every season. I'm still expecting him to bring his car next season. So there's no point in that. He does it every season. So I don't see him as that guy, but he's that guy. But I don't see him as that guy. So that is just it for me about Leclerc, because let me even say it personally, if Bayo can drop that Lando's agenda, I will also drop my own agenda about Leclerc. So that's it for me. And so about the AlphaTauri of the team, to be honest, as a young driver, when you come into F1 and you are not in a very good car per se, even a midfield car, I don't think you can actually your performance, your talent will actually show, or your performance will actually show like that. Because if you look at the 2021 season, if you look at Yuki's performances at some races, he actually did well. But in 2022, when that car was rubbish, when that car was not that good, you can't even actually make a voice for him yes, this guy can reach speed. Next season, I don't see that car actually. I think they are just still the same. I even think they even regressed from what the brought into testing last in 2022. So for me, Yuki's season depends on how that car is, and in F1, you are just as good as your car. So that's just it for Yuki. And for Nick DeVries also, I will actually see what he will do next season. So I hope he actually put in good performances, because that team is also my team also. So, but I feel for Yuki. To be honest, I feel for him. But we will see what he will do. Maybe if he can, his maturity also in F1 also determines whether he will stay or not. Because the man that is actually that oversees all of them is a no-nonsense man, and that is Elliot. And that man, like, he has helped many young drivers, but if you are not that good, man, that man will actually just, he might not even rubbish you publicly, he will just send you away. So that's it for that, and he doesn't care. So and that man will say it out that yes, this is what he wants, and you are not actually bringing back what like the performances that he expects from you. So even Frantos can't vouch for you to from next season to improve, even with what he said that that he will actually give young drivers 3 seasons. So that's just it. And for Williams, I think Williams is still the same. To be honest, I don't see them improving, but you actually see what they can do, and I think they are. So I think that's too much. And the Gasly and Ocon of the team, we will see what will happen. I think now that that pairing is evenly matched, there is not that time that we are actually looking for what like Alonso Ocon. Alonso is a better driver than Ocon or something like. Well, but now that like it is evenly matched, we will see who will have. Even before last season end, we actually talk about who will lead that team. I vouch for Ocon that he will lead because he has been there. So we actually see what he will do in that thing because that guy, I think, he needs to man up because this, I think, he has been in F1 for a long time. He went and came back, so we will see what will happen in that thing. And the Alfa Romeo boys also, Bottas and Joe. I think Bottas needs to up his game because that second half of the season performance, I don't think that's maybe Bottas completely short or the short of last season. That second half of the season. That's why we saw those performances, but I'm not expecting that next season. Yeah. So to be honest, like next season will actually be fun, even between teams that is expected, different boys, Lando and Oscar, even Nick and Yuki, even Sargent and Albon also. You will actually see some drama from them. Now we will see Albon's performance. It's not like when Latifi was there, something like that. So we'll actually see if Sargent can actually give Lando a run of his money. So some other stuff like that. So we- next season, I think next season will be very, very interesting. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. I believe we have Ayomide next.
Hello, thank you. Well, in regards to the Sainz and Leclerc team, let's the season starts. I'll be here to quickly clear if Sainz performs way, way better than Leclerc. In regards to the Afatari boys, Marco has actually been patient with Tsunda, but let's see how that goes. In regards to Alfa Romero, well, I don't really blame Bottas. Bottas likes doing boy. Remember him when he was at Mercedes. Zawa has actually really performed in testing. Actually respects him. Like he has a bright future for him. In regards to Alpine, wow, those people, I'm actually curious about how things will go based on the history between Gasly and Ocon from when they started their career. Those ones, I'm keeping my eyes on them. I want to see how it's going to go. And in regards to the trust fund kids of F1, Loki, I miss Gotifi. That guy was really fantastic. I really miss him. Oh, this one is kind of like a shit that's Yemi and Co. They can never forget Gotifi. He gave us Abu Dhabi, a spectacular event at Abu Dhabi. Thanks for Gotifi. And in regards to Lance Stroll, he's a trust fund kids. Like you said, if I'd be my kid, and well, I'll give him that space. I think that literally sums it up. Let's other people come up. You hear me? Off you go.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, can I even say something? I think in the last couple of years, the way the whole driver grid has um the way the lineup has been, well, I say it has been more of talents than finance or pay. Because right now, if you look at well, I say all the teams, probably except Aston Martin, everybody there is there because of their talents basically and their experience in F1. Like you take for example, okay, I don't want to say Haas because Haas they've got a bit of funding, but um, okay, Haas, yeah, you don't have a driver like Mazepin again, because of their funding, they're able to go for a driver with like Hockenberg with experience, So I think the way the grid is, or rather is or has shaped up in the last couple of years is more of talent rather than finance. So yeah, I think the whole pay driver talk is, I don't know, want to say it's kind of dying off, but is almost non-existent anymore, except maybe in the case of Aston Martin, But yeah, that's just my additional take on this. But yeah, Yemi, please go ahead.
Sorry, what were we talking about again? And kind of distracted. So I was hearing Leclerc as better than Leclerc. I was hearing that one. Then, what else are people talking about?
Yeah, me.
I mean, science. Anybody that thinks science is better than Leclerc, you guys are joking, man. Leclerc is not their mate. Leclerc, I think, is arguably the best driver on the grid right now, and this coming from a Hamilton fan. The guy cooked Max last year now. If not for Ferrari's shambolic performance, cooked. I mean, from Bahrain was cooking him. Playing with the kid, toying with him until obviously Max had his issues. I mean, there was the challenge was tight. I mean, up until the point that up until when Ferrari imploded, right? Leclerc put up a very good challenge. Leclerc put up a very good challenge versus Lewis. Like Madi said, very, very in Monza, man. I remember that year. The guy was borderline. He did what Lewis would do. Borderline, limit, dangerous moves. But you can't come out and say it was dangerous, right? They gave him black flag. If he had done it, that was his final chance. But that was enough for him to win the race because we were like maybe how many laps left when he did that shit in Monza, right? But like that's measured aggressions. Leclerc is a talented, brilliant driver, man. You can watch his GP2, man. Like the guy, I mean, brilliant, brilliant driver. When I say brilliant, brilliant, bloody quick, exceptional driver. I rate him. I rate Leclerc a lot. Far, I mean, as opposed to a certain fraud. This is somebody that has worked and every single accolade that he has, right? So I don't see. I mean, look at Sainz now versus. Do you think if it was in Canada last year, do you think if it was Sainz, it was Verstappen? Do you think it was Leclerc that was in that position, right? You think Verstappen would have won? It won't have happened now. Sainz doesn't have that dog in him. He's a good driver, but I mean, I rate him. I rate him as well. He's a solid driver, but he doesn't have that dog in him, man. And again, if you look at what happened last year, I mean, apparently, Binotto was or the team was favoring Sainz at some point. Do you get? Which is why I think Binotto ultimately got fired because I think people at the high ups are probably wondering, this guy, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, all the call, like you're not having like you fired Vettel, right? You told him you wouldn't be renewing his contract, then only for you to bring a younger driver, and then they're thinking. I would think that okay, you have your champion, you have the guy you want to back, bring in a strong support, which I thought Sainz was. Then why you now doing all those dodgy calls, trying to give Sainz an advantage? Or I mean, that's where I think Ferrari lost the plot. If Leclerc was enjoying the same kind of advantage that Max was enjoying in Red Bull, where everybody works for him, including Perez, whether he likes to admit it or not, right? Then we won't be having all these bloody discussions here.
Sainz is good, but I mean, he's not that good, man. It's like he's tier 2. Maybe tier 2 is a bit higher, but like if you have tier 1, if you have the god tier drivers like Lewis, right? Then you have the tier 1 drivers like Max and Leclerc, right? And anybody wishes to put in tier 1, I don't care. Then I'll call Sainz like a tier 1.5, not tier 2, but it's like tier 1.2. He's pretty close, but he's not. He just doesn't have that dog in him. So I mean, I'm just surprised hearing people saying Sainz is better. I know you want to cook, but you guys should fear God now. You guys should. I mean, well, you know what? Even me, I don't fear God when I cook. So you know what? If you want to cook, it's okay. But Sainz is not better than Leclerc.
Okay. I don't know. I just thought about something, and then I just feel that maybe we should just discuss this point. So basically, we all know McLaren is in a bit of shit right now from testing, or rather from the way it looks. I'm sure everyone can agree. I'm sure everyone can agree. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, no, we're not even discussing how Andres Seidel just left the team, and just dipped to Audi / Sauber / Alfa Romeo stick, or whatever they are being called. Like, you ask, what were they working on? Because obviously, as a team principal, you are meant to be working on next year's car. I don't know if anyone agrees with me. So what was he working on for 2023? Because what it means was that there was no plan. There was no plan. The man just saw the Audi opportunity and said, bruh, Zach, I'm leaving your big belly. I'm out of here, bro. And that's just it. He's now a CEO, chilling till 2026 when they say he's doing handover, whatever. I don't know what he's doing. Okay. But yeah.
I mean, so sorry to cut to noise.
Go ahead, Evan. Sorry.
I don't blame the guy, to be honest. Sometimes I forget that Andreas is team principal for McLaren. All I see and remember is Zach Brown most of the days. So, I mean, if he had an opportunity to go to, a better team with more recognition, good for him. I'm all for it, actually.
Yeah, but if I'm an Audi executive, I'll be worried seeing McLaren, because what was he doing there? Because see Binotto, that if this SF23 outperforms last year's car, everyone is going to be saying, it's not. No one's going to be saying it's advanced. Everyone's going to be saying, it's Binotto at the end of the day, because he's the one that oversaw the car basically for this year. So likewise, probably other team principals have changed hands, or other personnel have changed hands, But yeah, what has Andres been doing? So for 2023, it was just vibes.
I mean, seeing the car in testing, it probably was just vibes.
Because at the end of the day, this 2023 car is Andres' car. Let's forget Andres is in Audi. It's Andres' car.
He saw the future. He jackpot. He left.
I mean, let's calm down. I think for McLaren, as I said earlier, I think just because of their history and all, I mean, clearly there's this downward trajectory with every season that passes. There was that very bad period, 2016, 2018, and it was like they were coming back, and now it's like they are going back down again. But I think it's just going to be like last season where they didn't start well and they, over the season but it's still not. It's not a good look, and I get that. Like, this is 2 preseason tests in a row that they've come in and they've been the team that have had like the most issues, and it's just generally not like a good look at all. But I mean, nobody knows what's going in the background. Zach Brown did say that like they have known about Saido possibly leaving. I think maybe like months before it even happened. Like he had discussed it and was open with them. I don't know if that one is PR statement or is the truth. But let's not just clearly preseason testing hasn't gone well for them. But I don't think it's going to be. I don't just expect that season to be like very bad. I think they will still catch up. It's not a good league. You shouldn't. I mean, it's McLaren. There's so much history there. They shouldn't be going through all this shit. But let's give Saidu some benefit of the doubt. I mean, there has to be a good reason why they poached him from there.
Okay. 21, please go ahead. Then we'll have HP, please. Hasbullah.
Yeah. Jumping on your pay driver chart, you forgot to mention Guan Yuzhou, because he got a seat paid by the Chinese, I think, backing and so over Piastri. So he's a pay driver as we know it anyway. And now jumping on the Leclerc Sainz. Sorry, Leclerc is a much faster driver, but I mean his only down shortcomings are he's not calm, he's hot-headed, and I mean that comes with experience and with time and with experience too. As of now, it's still Leclerc, but Sainz, let's use some more consistent driver that will bring the car home in P4, P3. But Leclerc is a faster driver. Leclerc has a higher ceiling to be one of the best drivers that has come through F1. So, I mean, it's not close. It's not close because if you look at the experience gap between them, Leclerc will be and is better than Sainz.
Thank you very much. On Joe, you see, I think Joe, even as you said, is a paid driver, but will I say the talent speaks over the money for the team and teammates he's in, so whoever is paying the money is not a waste. The money is being utilized, so that's what they should have at the back of their mind. The money is being utilized, it's being invested well. So I forgot Joe was a paid driver basically. Hezbollah, sorry. Henry, sorry, please go ahead. Sorry, is your
Okay, thank you. Just so many things I would really like to talk about. I've really heard so many things this night. But about the Sainz and Leclerc's issue with Ferrari, I don't know, because I don't even see any of them challenging Max for that championship seriously. I really hope Mercedes comes up with a really fast car, because only Lewis and Rosell has that consistency to be able to push Max to the limit and fight for that championship. And then about McLaren, I don't know if Zach knows what he's doing with that thing. I think he's more into the politics than even the racing itself, or even trying to build a decent car for his drivers. Because watching Drive to Survive, you just see him here and there talking about this and that. He's not bothered about the performance of the car. He's only bothered about the drivers and how they are performing. And maybe he wants to be like Christian Horner or something like that, but I don't know. That's his business. And now, talking about the Alpine driver lineup, I think you're forgetting about the history between Ocon and Gasly. And there was one news that came up recently, I think that last year when they announced that they said they can't have both their parents at the same Grand Prix. I don't know how true that may be, or if the issue they had in their karting days was really that serious. But let's watch and see this season, Cha. We'll know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Dr. Jellybean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're talking about. I think, I mean, if we're talking about the poll with regards to Leclerc and Sainz, I personally would have to back Sainz over Leclerc. I think Sainz is slightly more mature than Leclerc. Leclerc still has a lot of flair and a lot of immaturity with regards to how he drives and stuff. But I think it comes down to who is the team backing as their number one driver. And we see this with the top teams with regards to Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari. You know, with Red Bull, it's Verstappen over Checo. With Mercedes, it's Hamilton over Russell. Although I think that dynamic is slightly changing at the moment, so that could shift within this season, I think. But then with Ferrari, I think it is definitely Leclerc over Sainz, even though Sainz is the maturer driver. So I think this season will definitely can't say the word, definitely play to strategy with regards to who the teams are going to back as their number one driver, like it always does. And I do think that if Leclerc can get, or if Leclerc has a decent car for this season, and I'm not a Ferrari fan, I'm a Red Bull 100% all the way, but I do feel that, you know, at some point, Red Bull will have to have their season with regards to their performance, and their development for their car will step up to be in a whole new league above like the likes of Red Bull and Mercedes. It just comes down to testing and stuff like that, and all those sorts of things that they, you know, all the different scenarios that they run into with regards to new formatting of the car and stuff like that, new regulations that probably come in this season, and all different things that, you know, all different new rules that they bring in every single season around, right? So I am excited about the new race format with regards to the new sprint races that they're bringing in, and the new locations that they are going to. I think twice in America. I think they're going to Vegas, aren't they? Like this season, which will be exciting. First time there. Like
America, they're going there 4 times.
Sorry,
4.
They're going there 4 times to
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. I thought it was only twice. Okay, fair enough. So they've got 4 tracks in America now, because I know they've got Texas and Vegas.
I think 3.
So is it for 3?
3.
3.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm including. Sorry. Okay. No, not
Because I know they've got
yes,
I know they've got Texas, which they always go to, and I know they've got.
Kota, Miami.
Miami. Yeah. I forgot about that. They did that last
Kota,
season.
Miami,
Yeah.
and then Las Vegas.
Yeah, so they got
so
Vegas now, and where's the other place then? It would probably be
Miami, Texas, Las Vegas. So, yeah.
3.
Sorry,
Yeah,
the first place I was including Canada because it's in the North American region. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean the fact that they've added more races to make it the season slightly longer, I think that's hence the reason why they're starting in the first weekend in March, which was quite unusual. Usually they start a lot later in March, but I think it'll be exciting this season. I think it's going to be different. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to play out that, you know, may, you know, spark new things going off. So interesting. Yeah. I'm excited anyway. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jellybean. Just quickly, is there any track anyone is now looking forward to this season?
Always Monaco.
Monaco.
I'll pay good money to have them take that track off. You know.
No, Monaco is number
Fantastic.
1. Monaco is the best track in the world. What are you on about? It's a street circuit. It's the best circuit going. You can't remove
If I go to an out pigeon, Monaco, seriously.
People always too harsh for Monaco.
The worst circuit for overtaking.
So what's the good for anything?
Definitely Monaco. The two cars cannot go
The
side by
aesthetics
side.
is
It's
there.
so terrible.
The aesthetics is there, and that's enough.
I think it's just for me, for Monaco, it's just little action. I mean, you're just watching a bunch of cars go in a straight line, or the entire chances are where you start is where you finish. So I consider it a cheap win. So there's not enough action for me in Monaco. It's just the roads are too small, right? But I mean, I think Monaco will always be there because the aesthetics, the whole the vibe of it, But I'm not looking forward to seeing Monaco.
Yeah, and Monaco has the history also. But yeah, I hate watching the races. It's a procession.
I think for racing drivers, one thing is, as a racing driver, one thing is your concentration levels has to be very high, and Monaco is a test of your concentration levels. Because hence why you see people being the car, for example, Schumacher and even Leclerc, for example. Perez. So it's more of, it's more of a test of your concentration. But I get why many people don't like the track. I personally don't like the track. Yes, the aesthetics are there, but it will be interesting to see how long Monaco will remain on the calendar. I can't remember how many. I know they extended the contract, but I'm not sure. I can't remember how long they extended the contract for, because now with Las Vegas coming up, I'm looking forward to Las Vegas in terms of the track. I hope it's not just a bigger Monaco. I don't know if anyone gets what I mean, because if it's a bigger Monaco whereby you know that, okay, drivers don't have the opportunity to push the way they want to push because of the fear of crashing into barriers and all of that, then there'll
I
be
think with
multiple
the
questions.
reformatting of the cars in terms of giving them lower downforce, so when it comes to the slipstream, cars are enabled to stay behind one another in terms of staying within the slipstream, because the flow of the airflow is traveling over both cars, so it gives more of a chance to have that tail to tail kind of racing. I think when it comes to Monaco, you don't get that, because obviously it's a street circuit, and the track's quite narrow in certain areas, so it's not necessarily a track where overtaking is the main strategy. It all comes down to the pit changes and that type of strategy. Like, there are tracks where it is wide enough for cars to overtake, and I think we do see that in certain tracks where that's possible. But obviously, like some tracks, it comes down to pit strategy in terms of bringing your car in to enable you to overtake the car in front. And I think that probably comes down to it with regards to Monaco, is that's the main strategy. It's not about overtaking, because there's hardly anywhere to overtake. You don't see any position overtaking, maybe through the tunnel, but then still that comes into a narrow corner, doesn't it? So how quickly are you going to be able to overtake somebody to get on the inside to come in, come around to get through the corner? You know what I mean? It's difficult. I just love Monaco. I love the location of it. It's by the ocean. You get all the boats coming in. You just it's just a beautiful place. Like, Monaco is just like the ultimate racetrack, isn't it? So
Sorry.
I think another track that I probably am not looking forward to, the race I'm not looking forward to, is the Saudi Arabia. I kind of feel like we spend more time watching safety cars and crashes than we do the entire race itself. So Saudi just gives me a lot of headache, and I'm not sure that they intend to make any changes to that track anytime soon. I know they did for last year, but still there were more crashes than race time. So I'm not looking forward to Saudi either.
Sorry, I think they're making changes to the track now. They
Yeah.
are widening some of the corners a little.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're making some adjustments. I would say one track that I personally don't enjoy is the Hungaroring. That is a track I do not enjoy, because sometimes I'm like, why is this track on the calendar? Basically, there's barely there are barely no straights to make a proper overtake. So sometimes I've been watching F1 for a while, and I feel to see why drivers like the track. But that's just my personal take. Okay, I'll read one.
Okay, so on this track of the team, for me personally, the track that I am not looking forward to is Miami. I'm not, that the track is not exciting to me. Even the race there, I don't see anything in that race except from that long straight that is there. I don't see anything with that track. And even you see recently with the way F1 is going into more of a street circuit, and they are removing old tracks, like correct and standard tracks out of from the calendar. Like, I'm pretty sure Las Vegas is also a street circuit also. Miami is also a street circuit. Monaco is just 100% qualifying. The race is still the same. It's just qualifying. And for me, I like, if they can see that they should remove all the other street circuits. Actually, I will, that Saudi, like, that track is for me personally, it's my own best street circuit. And last year there wasn't much of crashes like that, except from Latifi, and we all know it's Latifi, so there's no point. And Schumacher also crashed during qualifying. I think that's the only two crashes that we had this year, last season. Yes, that's the only two. And we had proper race there also. Alonso, Ocon, Leclerc, Max. We also had Lewis and Magnussen also. I think it also it was actually a great race last season also, and it's very fast. So, and F1 is normally the dangerous sport. So I actually like the track. And this season I think they made many changes to the track. They've widened some of it. I think almost like eight tons like that we spread, something like that. And to be honest, if they can bring back some old tracks, some old standard tracks, like, to be honest, it would be great. And I think that's what most of all the drivers do. Let me use most my own favorite driver, Max. That's what he likes. All these, like Suzuka, like that, all those old tracks, Suzuka, Spa, all those kind of tracks. Like, yes, all those tracks that that this new generation of cars, like, you can actually take different kind of speed. They can actually enter the corners. It's not like Miami, something like that. So for me, and because I don't see the reason why, to be honest, like, if I don't see the reason why Hockenheim is not on the grid. To be honest, I don't see, like, that damaged track. I don't see the reason why it's not there. Maybe it's not up to standard. I don't see the reason why it's not there. To be honest, I miss that track. I miss the track, and, like, people might just, like, let me just say this. It's not like an agenda, or I'm having a go at another thing, but with how Mercedes dominated during, like, with how Mercedes, like, it is their own track, to be honest, and I don't know the reason why they can't actually fight for the track to be on the calendar. It's not like I'm having a go at another thing, but I just don't see the reason why Mercedes can't.
Ridwan,
their own.
I think the reason why Hockenheim, or rather why Germany is not on the calendar is because they've said it, that the interest in F1 in Germany is not there. So it's not like a profitable partnership basically. So at the end of the day, but everything is money, revenue. So yeah.
Okay, so the fact that I'm okay, that's the, okay, but the fact that I'm looking forward to next season, Suzuka, Spa. To be honest, I'm looking to be honest. Hungary gave us a good race also last season. To be honest, it gave us a good race also. It gave us Ferrari's strategies also. So it gave us a good race. Like Hungary gave us some exciting race last season, and I'm actually looking forward to Qatar too. This race. I'm actually looking forward to it. But Monaco, nah, Miami, that's rubbish. So, thank you. So that is.
Ridwan, thank you very much. Okay. Hassan, do you buy
Sorry, I'm just joining, so I really don't know what you guys are talking about. I think it's
okay.
tracks.
Anyway, Hassan, good to have you back. Another of our very good chefs. But yeah, okay. Moving on, let's quickly touch the governing body, FIA. You know, we'll not touch before we come down to the back markers. FIA quickly. Well, I say over the winter, there's been a bit of talks here and there. You know, some people have been put in their rightful place. Well, okay, I'll just go. I think I'll just go straight into it. When it comes to, I think sometimes when you're in a position, I think sometimes you should, whatever position you find yourself in, you should always observe and try to use common sense in making decisions, or rather, before you even open your mouth to say anything, which is what this FIA president did not do. Because at the end of the day, whatever you say tends to, or rather, may or might not come to haunt you. You understand? So now, in the case of Andretti, I believe all this started with Andretti, if I'm not even mistaken. Oh, okay, no. First of all, no, all this first started with the driver ban, saying drivers are not free to make any statements without the permission of the FIA, which for me I find very strange, because at the end of the day, why? Okay, yeah, the FIA is the governing body, but why is the FIA shunning drivers from talking? For me, if it was F1 that said F1, when I mean F1, Liberty Media, if it was Liberty Media that said, okay, drivers are not allowed to talk or make whatever statements, I'll say, okay, yeah, it's their brand. You understand? Because at the end of the day, they're a company, they're an organization. You understand? So, but now when you have people like, for example, in football context, this is more like the FA or coming to say something, and then while the club or the team you represent is not even bothered. You understand? So I personally don't think he had that right to come and say such nonsense, because at the end of the day, everyone has freedom of speech. You can't stop people from saying anything in this current era that we are in, So obviously his comments from 2001, will I say, show his kind of his mentality, but I do believe that 2001 is kind of a long time and people do change. You understand? But if you put one and two together, you ask yourself, the question is that has it really changed from him making those comments in 2001 to him trying to shun drivers in 2023? You understand? Will I say, shun people that you literally don't have control over. So yeah, and then and I also went on to make comments that okay, the sport is not up to the amount um is which the Saudi billionaires or the what are they called again? PIF, yeah. The Saudi public investment fund valued Formula One that is not up to that amount. So as an FIA president, what's your business? It's none of your business. Focus on your job. Officiating poor. Save you. Only you is training. Only you has 3 race directors. Yet last season, officiating was a mess. Sometimes you need to focus on what pays you, and I'm glad he's been put into his position. All this one that he's taking a back seat. I feel with time, obviously she's I can't remember how long the FIA tenure is again for a president, but the next election there will be no next time for him. This is his final and his last. So yeah, that's just my take basically on Ben Suleiman as an individual. Okay, Abasia Kemed, then we'll have read on, please.
Yeah, Mr. Ben, I call him. I don't think it's just like, of course, it's the figurehead and it's the president.
Hello, people.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Please, someone is speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, Mr. Ben is the president and the figurehead. I don't think it's like just like a him problem. He's not the one making all this. I don't think he's the one making all the decisions. And it's just like this dictator figure in the FIA. I think it's like a general, even Liberty Media that you mentioned, even like because Liberty Media is more concerned with F1 and they have no business with the FIA. But with Liberty Media, so that ban that FIA, imposed on drivers speaking of, I think it's even one Liberty Media will agree with silently, because all these people is the money that is speaking, and they're all putting their hands into very dirty places, that can, obviously bring more money to the sport, and at the end of the day, bring more money to themselves. And those dirty places are places where there's valid concerns of should we even be having races in these countries. Although, if I had to do that one, I would do it well. Is half of the grid that will go, that will be kicked out, maybe even more than half of the grid. Usually people are just focusing on, countries, the usual suspect, Abu Dhabi and Qatar, when there's valid questions that are being asked about some European countries and, America as we know them. But it's not just like a Ben issue. That's what I'll just say. So even if maybe, he's kicked out today or his tenure finishes, I don't think it's something that's going to stop, this I mean, for the past 3 years, it has been a mess. It's not just the FIA, F1 themselves. Everything has been a mess. But I'm glad that drivers like spoke up against it, because it's like these people are not children, and I sort of like get where FIA are coming from, in the sense that they are putting their hands into politics and they are trying to protect themselves, because if you're having a race in the country and a driver is on the podium saying things against that country, it's not the driver that are going to ask questions of. Mr. Ben and his colleagues, they will ask questions. So they're trying to protect themselves, but then it's what you get when when you're doing this thing. So is this I don't know, this sort of weird situation where truly they are bringing in more money for the sport, but at what cost? Maybe that was a discussion for fans, because what can we do about it? But I think it's a genuine question that people need to ask. These people are bringing in more money for the sport, taking races to, places where probably should not be racing. But I don't know. The money is there. At what cost for the sport? The exposure is there for the sport. But is it really a good thing at the end of the day?
Thank you. I think I'll have to agree with most of what you said. But yeah, let's read one, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, I actually want to ask about
Can you
something.
please hold on?
Okay.
Yeah, so everyone, sorry about what's going on. If you can see whatever, I've had to block and remove the person. So sorry about that.
Okay. So, I actually want to ask something about this FIA thing. So, like, that FIA thing, is it like the president, Mohammed Bones Line? That man, is it that he is the president for all motorsports, or just for Formula One alone, or all the Formula One, all the Formula series? Like, I want to be clear on that, but I want to make a judgment for me.
So,
Like,
isn't all the Formula series?
like all the Formula series. All right, because I actually thought maybe it's just for all motorsports, because I feel like that man, I think, is too focused on Formula One. Fine, Formula One brings in most money for him, but he's just too focused on Formula One. You don't actually see him talking about other series like that. Like, I don't think he doesn't talk, because fine, if you can.
Read on. Sorry, don't get me wrong. It's all the FIA Motorsport series, not just all the Formula series. Sorry, all the FIA Motorsport series.
Okay, so just too focused on Formula One. Like, fine, you can compare him to football, for instance. There's FIFA, there's UEFA, and there's like the Premier League and other leagues, or the European League. He will say, like, why, let's just say, like, the FIFA president now is not that focused on the Premier League, La Liga, all those things. He's not that focused on them, like talking about them every day. But you see this man he's so fixed on Formula One, like even the power between, like the power they've given him is too much, to the extent that he can just come out and say anything about all these series of a thing. Like, why will you just come out and start talking about the price of a team, or the price that you can use to enter a series? Like, it's just like the FIFA president coming out that, yes, so if, what's the name, like, let me just use Burnley, for instance, that they are in the championship. Like, yes, they can come into the Premier League if they pay this amount of money. Like, for what? It doesn't even make sense. Like, those that are in that league, they will actually make the decision, and fine, if you agree with it, that the FIA has to agree with it. That, I just feel like the power that they've given him, and all the things that he has been doing before. I think that gave him so much power for him to be saying all this. That's just, and I think like as they have given him like what they did to him, I don't think he's not. I think there was a time that they said that he's not that like I don't think I'm not even seeing tweets like that about Formula One. So I think that's better for now. And um, for that cutting or off drivers, like not saying anything. That was just normal rubbish from him. Not like in this age that we are in, and now since drivers can speak on anything that they want, I don't think that's even possible. No one can say that any longer. So I just feel like the power that they're giving him is just too much. Like focus on the main thing that he wants to like. For instance, now the officiating of the for even for all the Formula series now, even with FIA Motorsport, I'm pretty sure most of the officiating is quite bad. When Formula One is bad, is that bad. Nothing has been done. Like 3 days left for now, nothing is there. So, what exactly is he? Why exactly is he the president that they can't even make correct decisions like that? So, to be honest, I just feel like the power that they've given him is too much. And FIA, I said FIA, F1 also needs to speak up. I think Stefano Domenicali, that man just needs to speak up that. I just feel like with all this saga, I'm just happy that all this saga is not on ground again, because if they actually start saying that some people can just come and buy Formula One that gives the amount, like it doesn't make sense at all. So, I just like you see anything about politics going on, and Formula One is a very crazy politics. So, and the agreement between Formula One and FIA, all those things is just not that clear to the outside world. So, but all these implementation of rules that they're making is just rubbish to me. So that's just it. And if they can limit his power to some things that yes, this is what you can do, this is what you can do, like they're a president, why are you just speaking like that? It doesn't even make sense at all. Even as I'm being also. So that's just for me. Yeah.
God. Ridwan, sorry, it's not you. Guys, sorry, I apologize once again. I'm trying to get rid of this rubbish. I don't know what's wrong with human beings, man. A lot of people are just, God, I don't God. People that are meant to be left in condoms. God. Okay. Now, moving on. Let's quickly look at the back of the grid. Magnussen and what's his team? Nico Hulkenberg. You know, Nico. Anyway, well, I say Nico Hulkenberg. He never achieved the podium. Was always close to achieving the podium, and will they be able to achieve it in house? Well, personally, I don't know, but I would say if Haas has a good car, and then we know Magnussen is able to has a bit. Obviously he's a fast driver, has a bit of pace. So likewise, Nico should be able to match that. So I would say it's going to be interesting to see where let's say where Haas find themselves within the first 3 races, which are Bahrain, Saudi, and I believe Melbourne. I'm really I'm really keen on Haas's development, because now that they have sponsorship from MoneyGram, they've as Gunther said, he said everything, or rather he gives the impression that everything looks fine, and then he when he was interviewed yesterday, he sounded very positive as well, So, will I say, I'm really looking forward to where they end up, and hopefully, they perform better. But yeah, I don't know if anyone has anything to add just shortly before we round up soon. Anyone, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily to add to the Nico conversation. But anyway, on that, I think that Gunter just wanted someone who, even if he doesn't score points, will bring the car home, right? So I think that Nico kind of just ticks that box for them, and I mean, let's see what he does. But I think what I wanted to ask or hear people's take on is two teams potentially joining in 2025. I think, right? Yeah. So I mean, how do people feel about that? Because I'm thinking, it's congestion at the grid, but yeah, what do people think?
Um. Okay. Let's. Imagine, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right, okay. I just wanted to say, yeah, I support more teams joining at least. Let's have more teams, let's have more competition, and this coveted prize money that everyone is focusing on would at least to be shared in to all the teams. But Toto is the main stumbling block to any team joining. While we were on this space now, probably like some 20 minutes ago, I saw a news item from I think Auto Sports saying they want to triple the entry fee or something along those lines. Like, why are they gatekeeping it so much? If they kept it that way, would Toto have been able to buy Mercedes and come in? Like, I know he's everyone's or majority of people's here favorite team principal, but he's acting like it's a major stumbling block to Andretti joining. And Gunther that has been nurturing a terrible team, is also forming blockade up and down. So I'm all for more teams, more people join basically, but I honestly don't understand why all the team principals are trying to gatekeep the prize money. Yeah, thank you.
Well, sorry, let me just quickly say something. First of all, I apologize once again to everybody for that gross um stuff. Okay, yeah, imagine I think for the 11th team, the thing is I think the thing everyone is scared of is a team not being able to come and sustain themselves. I don't know if you get what I mean. So um that's just how I feel, because like most teams we have on the grid have been one way or the other have been bought and rebranded, from Red Bull to um Red Bull to Mercedes to Alpine to Aston Martin and co. So I feel either I feel what they want is either you buy an existing team and join an existing team rather than bringing um a new team that is going to dilute or rather reduce the share of the money which everyone I believe is after at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, if you buy into an Alpha Tauri, for example, that is looking like it's going to go on sale very soon, with all these rumors flying around, then there's no way the money is going to necessarily be diluted, because even in the coming years, if you are going to say, oh, you want to make a team like Alpha Tauri a championship winning team, you are going to have to spend a lot of money, like for example the way Lawrence Stroll is doing now. So I feel it's more of the financial aspect than the sustainability, because if you're not able to sustain yourself and then you're just collecting the money, everyone will just be vexing that you're just there on the grid doing nothing. So Enoban, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you short, please.
No, yeah, technically that's kind of similar to what I wanted to say, but I think another thing was when he mentioned Twitter, I went to be like, what of Gunter? Until he mentioned Gunter. It was very funny to me that Gunter didn't want new teams to join F1. I was like, well, maybe he doesn't want to go back to. He's already at the end of the grid, but he doesn't want it to be more obvious that Haas is slacking. But anyway, that's by the way. I mean, I'm just thinking. I kind of have mixed feelings about it, right? I mean, while yes, you want more people to come, but I also feel that F1 thrives on exclusivity, right? So there's just that thing, If my head is yes, I want people to come in, but my head is also thinking, where does it stop? So 2 teams 2025, 2 teams maybe 2028. Like think of the shortest track, Monaco. You have maybe whoever is leading, let's say Max or Lewis. You have, probably lap someone. You're 4 laps ahead of somebody else. Some other team. I'm just kind of just thinking, race on the shortest grid. What's that going to look like? 24 cars, or 26 cars, whatever the case may be. But yeah, I just think that F1 tries on exclusivity. So I'm kind of on the fence of more teams coming in, into the sport.
Yeah, probably we should even have more teams so we can finally decide that Monaco is too short a track and scrap it all together. Maybe that would work. But one more thing to add, it's not just the sustainability aspect these team principals are looking at. What they were majorly trying to protect at some point, I think it was more of the technology because they spent so much resources in developing the MGUK and MGUH technology, and it's really delicate. So they didn't want a situation whereby a new manufacturer would come who hasn't put in the work and sort of reap the benefits of having access to that technology, because whosoever comes newly would have to buy engines from either Ferrari, Mercedes, or Honda, or Audi as it's going to be in 2026. And okay, before Audi actually, just Ferrari, Mercedes, Honda, or Alpine, and we will have access to that technology. So that was basically what they were protecting. I think the FIA has decided, okay, fine, we're going to be scrapping, I think, the MGUK from the 2025 or 2026. So at least that technology, that guidance they were trying to do for the technology is going to be off. Then they should allow these guys come in. Let there be more, they've already put in the cost cap to sort of reduce the advantage the top teams have. Let's feel okay. I'm not saying, oh, let the grid be 15 teams and we'll have 30 cars. No, that would be too much. But at least allow Andretti. Andretti has been knocking on the door for a couple of years right now. Let him in. And now by the way, I shared the news item I was talking about is right there on the chat. So yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imade. Okay, have fun. Then we'll have Miss Catwalk, Bolaji, then Min Gotti, then Ridwan in that order. Thank you, guys. Hassan. Okay. Miss Catwalk, please.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the perspective of drivers, and I just think that there's so much young drivers in the academy that don't get the opportunity to switch over into Formula One. And I do think that 2 more teams on the grid isn't going to be that big a deal. We're not talking about 5 or 10, but 2 more still gives 4 spaces for young talent to come in. And I think that can only be a good thing. And I know they're talking about prize money, but you have to pay entry fees to get in. So the prize money will go up anyway.
Which is true. Okay, let's have Bolaji.
Hey everyone, good evening. So I just want to agree with what admin said because with in the past, I think in 2014 we had 11 teams, and of those 11 teams that we had, then like four of them are no more. So I think from one side, we have to kind of look at the future of the sport. You can't really have, I don't say fair weather teams, but teams that don't have like, and my Nigerian friends will permit me, but teams that don't have structure. So if you don't have like a major team, a major backing, major financial support, major structures, you can't really survive F1 because yeah, you might think there's a budget cap, okay, that's fine and good. So I don't have to spend uh like 500 million every year. But when you come in, you see it's not as easy as you think it is. You can be last for so long, you'll be wondering, is this worth it? You don't get your airtime on like in the broadcast, all your sponsors are complaining, you're not getting the money you think you'll get from it. So I think it's not as easy as saying, okay, let Andretti in. Yeah, the Andretti name is really popular, yes, he's been in the sport since the 80s and all of that, but the backing, like the sustainability, if you sign a Concord agreement and then 1 year, 2 years into it, you're already like, it's not really what is for me. It's really hard. And yeah, they've taken steps to kind of not gatekeep the tech, like Imadi said. I think it's the MGUH that was dropped for 2026. So in a way, it makes it easier for guys to come in, but still, I'd rather be sure that whoever is coming in is ready to make that commitment. If you remember when the Sauber team was trying to be bought out by Andretti also in 2021 or so, 22, the rumor that we heard was the fact that the Fin the Swiss billionaire that was running the team, I think, asked for an assurance in like $250 million to be paid over 5 years to make sure the sport or the team rather can compete in the sport comfortably. And Andretti was not able to meet up with that, according to the rumors. So really, it's not as easy as more teams. That's fine and good. We had Caterham, we had Lotus, we had Marussia. Where are they now? No more. So it's not as easy. Like if F1 is really expensive to run and continue to run, you might not get the results. Look at Gene Haas. For the longest time, this guy was on the borderline, like having high blood pressure every season until now. MoneyGram came in. So how many people can afford to put their heads down for 6, 7 years of heartbreak, spending money, not getting anything in return? So it's really hard. So I agree with the fact that they're not trying to get so excited and by letting everyone in. But with time, I hope, they kind of get very serious people that can commit to at least a 5 year or 6 year agreement of being in the sport, and then they can let them in. So I think that's my contribution.
Thank you very much, Bolaji. And Bolaji, I'll have to. Obviously, we agree on most points, but I want to add something here. In the case of Andretti, as you said, structure, yeah. Other sports Andretti are in don't have the financial demand Formula One has. You look at is it IndyCar? Which other motorsport series are they in again? Are they in the Indy 5? Yeah, so like anyway, you look at the other series they are in here, it's not as financially demanding, it's not as taxing, Like for example now, Haas does not operate from the USC. They operate everything as they said, 70% was done in Maranello, 30% was done in Banbury. So, and that's an American team. You understand? Which is headquartered in North Carolina, basically. So um it raises the question of how is Andretti able to survive? Because Andretti in this only them this winter have brought Cadillac. Only them have brought financial sponsor. Oh, they are going to be backed by Cadillac. Oh, they are going to be backed by which bank did they bring? Is it JP Morgan or so? Maybe I might be getting the bank wrong, but yeah, So look at when Audi was going for Sauber. I don't think anybody questioned Audi. Audi just went, did their thing, and 2026 we know Audi is coming in to take Sauber. After 2025 season there will be no Sauber. It's that simple. So I think it's more of, okay, now that AlphaTauri is in quotes on the market, let's see what happens, because at the end of the year is still early. Let's see what happens by the end of the second quarter of the year, if Andretti will be serious enough, because you are waiting for the FIA, you are waiting for the FIA. At the end of the day, FIA can only do the one they can do. You still have to will I say, you still need the other 10 teams. So it's more of, for me, it still revolves around sustainability, and do the other 10 teams trust you enough not to even bring down the reputation of the sport? Because at the moment, every sport is pulling their weight in terms of bringing value to the sport, even down to Williams that is not getting Waka Pass rolling Netflix. But yeah, it is what it is. But for me, my take is sustainability. If you are able to be here for 5, 10, 15 years, Andretti, for me, it doesn't look like, because Cadillac, they've never been in F1. See Ford that is coming back to F1. Ford is not even looking to come back to F1 as per, you are going to be here for a long time. The man said it. The Ford guy said it. They want to use the Red Bull expertise to develop electric vehicles. So it's a News brain they want to be using to develop this thing. They are not here for a long time. These American companies, many of them, they are not these American car manufacturers, many of them are not really passionate about this sport as compared to, the European manufacturers. So the thing is Cadillac now, hypothetically, they come into the sport with Andretti. After 2 years, they might say, bro, we're out of here. We can't do this. Because of how much is involved in development and research. So I think there's a lot, because anything that is coming in, okay, now if they raise it up to 600 million, anything that is coming in now is looking to spend at least nothing less than $1 billion to be in F1, basically, because you first pay the $600 million, then you are now talking of building a team. It's definitely more than $1 billion. So that's my point of view, basically. So yeah. Okay. Man, Gotti, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My thought is, Andretti's approach from the beginning has just been so weird to me. The initial form they're taking round for people to sign, and then he came out and was like, everyone signed it except Toto Wolff, and Toto Wolff is too powerful and he's trying to drag the matter. Well, it turns out only Otmar Safnauer signed it. No other person signed it from Otmar Safnauer. And then the sensible approach to joining Formula One as it is now would be to go and try to buy a Formula One team that is already existing, instead of sinking on your money now, 200 million, potentially 600 million, into joining Formula One. Just simply go buy an existing team, and you don't have to convince the other teams that you are sensible enough to be allowed in. Because the way the matter is, last new team was Haas. They are not competitive. They're just there in the back, languishing. The one before Haas was for Racing Point, was Force India. The owner stole money and he had to sell the team. And the new team people don't have good reputation. So if you are leaving it up to the other teams to decide, it's going to be long for you. That's my take. Andretti should try to buy a Formula One team and drop this their whole showing off they have money and they're going to build a new facility in America to try to do Formula One in Europe. You're building a facility in America. That's long. Buy a Formula One team that is currently existing. Or buy like the facilities of an old team in Europe or something and try to like use the established name to try to get in. Don't come and be like I'm Andretti because I competed here, I should be allowed, and all these things they're doing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, boss. Okay, let's hear from Redon, then we'll have Miss Cartwright, please.
Okay, so the stuff is that for me, I'm not against having 12 team on the grid, 24 cars. I'm not against it. Like, if you bring more excitement, more enjoyment to racing, like, yeah, but the thing is that the two teams that or the Andretti that wants to come, does he have what it takes to come in? I didn't, as you said, like $1 billion to come into Formula One. This you pay 600 now. Those that are in there, they know how exactly is going on. They know the money that they are earning back. Sorry, they are earning back from each, like at the end of each season. Like they know the money that they are earning back. So the thing is that is he ready to come in and they'll be able to share their money equally? Like this Andretti everything, can he pen down like yes, they can actually stay in Formula One in 7 years? And like it's just sustainability with that. If there is, I think they should be able to. They should join the group. But if there's none, there's no how there will be a reason why the other teams does not want them to join. And even like with the last speaker, as I said, the way it started, like wants to join, but just yet, like went to other teams to sign, meet with the FIA, meet. It's just like it's not just like that. And this thing now, for instance, if this man joins now, there's no how he's joining and he will be in the midfield. There's no how he'll still be at the back. That's just it. And like for instance now, this new regulation now, let's say they were not able to ace this, like they were not able to do because this regulation now, I don't think it will be the regulation of 2026 that will be looking forward to. If he joins now, we will use this same regulation that most teams have actually learned on it. If he joins now, he will be at the back. At the back, 2023, like let's say this 2023 is gone. 2024, 2025. But like will he have the money to actually build for 2026? And now if you say that it's now leaving, it does not like it will actually affect other teams also. So I think there should be a reason why other teams does not want him to actually join because recently we notice most teams are actually looking forward to the US market. Even Red Bull, they are looking forward to the US market, and there is a US team that wants to join, and it's that hard for him to join. That means maybe it's just from experience, like the other like in 20, I think in 2010, there are almost like 24 cars on the grid, like 12 teams. Those guys left. Maybe it's just from past experience that the other teams are actually looking at that what happened then that they do not want it to happen again. So I just feel like if we can actually buy a team to get into Formula One, Stroll's father bought a team, there's Williams. I'm not sure. Like I'm not. I don't know who is actually managing them now. But I think Williams, if you can partner with those guys, it's not. There's no need for you to actually own a team. You can actually partner with Williams. The Williams name, for me, I actually don't want the Williams name to leave Formula One. To be honest, like it's a legend name. They can actually just partner with them and actually run the team together. But in terms of management, in terms of who will help the team, that one also will just be another fight like that. So, but him coming in is just that we need to be able to survive Formula One. We need to be able to survive everything in terms of money. I know that these days it is about money. So there's no like you will be able to survive if he's able to survive. And now he's even coming in, he's bringing sponsors like you mentioned, Cadillac. Now will those guys still in Formula One? Ford, Ford that was in Formula One before, they came back just on Red Bull's engine also or only. It's not like they are coming for the racing part like these two races. Only the power train alone. That's only what they are coming from. And those ones to Porsche, I don't know what Porsche wants to have full control of Red Bull. That one is those ones. I don't understand their own thinking. So the thing is just that if they can allow Andretti to come in, and like there's no, he needs to show what he's bringing in. That's just the thing. And if he doesn't have what it takes for him, for like what he's bringing, like if he doesn't have it, I don't think there's a need for him to come in at all. But it will be exciting to have 24 cars on the grid, to be honest. So that's
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Okay, let's hear from Ms. Catrock. Then we'll hear from I believe okay, I believe Victor. Yeah, Ms. Catrock, please go ahead. Thank
I
you.
just think that it's really disingenuous for the people on the grid to have this much American money being invested in the sport and um be so adamantly adverse to having Americans being involved. Like there's no way that you could have, I mean, the sport itself, it's the American interest that's catapulted it onto a way bigger stage than it ever has been. And I'm surprised that they think that Americans then wouldn't want piece of the pie, because it's kind of pushed it into the billion dollar territory, where I mean they probably was near enough billion before, but now they're firmly in that amount of money territory. And it's, to me, it's just weird to think that they're not going to want to be interested or invest. And I think it's a bit myopic to think that, yeah, we're going to take your money, but you can't come in. It's crazy to me.
Well, it's a game. Victor, please, you want to go ahead?
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. I think, first of all, about the new teams that want to join, I think it's going to be very interesting. If you have 4 more drivers on the grid, I mean, it could mean 4 more drivers that we've never seen before. So it's definitely going to add something to the grid. And I don't think America plays. I know that America, obviously, we're going to have 3 races in America, but I don't think America is the biggest contribution to why F1 is now what it is now, or like how big F1 is now. So, but that's just to add to that point. But what I really want to say is it will be really interesting to see 2 more teams. And I believe, like, from the beginning of F1, the reason why F1 is there is to bring innovation in motorsports, and not just innovation in motorsports, but like the innovation in F1 helps other industries. Like I think during COVID, the factories, F1, they're able to, they have really good like rapid prototyping, and they were able to use that technology for medicine during COVID. So, and I feel like adding new teams coming in, they would have to go through that challenge of developing, their own technology and then applying the technology to their other products. So, for instance, if you have Audi, Porsche, they will definitely, we know that they make money from selling supercars. So definitely, like whatever innovation they have in F1, they can put that into their cars. The same thing goes with Andretti and Cadillac. Like I believe F1 is the origin of innovation in motorsports, and that innovation trickles down to the normal consumer. So I think having two more teams is definitely going to help like motorsports generally. And like when you thinking back to days of Niki Lauda, Hill, those guys contributed to the development of their cars. Those drivers, they contributed to the development of the technology. And engineers are always like trying to look into the rules, seeing where they can break the rules. It's just the same way you have with lawyers and tax. So I feel having two more teams can only be better. And I'm sure they have more accountants or better accountants than anybody here on the space. So if it comes to money, I feel like they will definitely be able to figure something out for how they want to stay afloat. But in terms of like the main reason for F1, which is pushing, the motorsport technology, I think it can only be good to have more teams. And yeah, like 4 to 6 more drivers that we do not know about might come up. Thank you.
Okay,
Can
thank
I
Just to correct
respond?
some.
Can I respond
ah
to that where he
okay.
said it wasn't America?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, man.
So research has shown that the biggest numbers outside of Europe of people who has started to watch F1 since 2021 is Americans at 53%. So I'm not saying that because I'm guessing. It's because of Drive to Survive and the fact that it's now really being pushed in America to the point that they are now doing it in LA. They are the biggest number increased of fans that are watching for the first time. And that's research driven. It's not a guess.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and to just add to that,
Okay,
I just
yeah,
want to
Malik,
say,
go ahead.
like, Liberty Media is literally an American company. They are the one that has, with
Exactly.
all, yeah, with all their research and everything, they've pushed F1 to what it is. Like, F1 was literally dying under Bernie Ecclestone, and Liberty Media came and they've made F1 what it is. Yes, I understand his point of, oh,
Revived
it's
it
technology.
completely.
Yeah, is technologically driven and all that kind of a thing, but there was no exposure for it, and Liberty Media has done that. So if you're taking their money and you're not trying to include them, you're literally pandering to them by visiting their track 3 times in a year. This year, very soon it might be 4 to 5 times in the future, and you don't want any of their branded native teams to join your grid. That's funny.
Hmm. Okay. Balaji, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to respond to Madi and Ms. Catrock. So I think for the American teams, honestly, their interest at the moment, it still seems fickle. It still seems they just want to ride this wave. But F1 is hard. Like Red said, if Andretti should join, he's going to be at the back of the grid. And for how long would he want to remain at the back of the grid? How much would he spend to bring the team forward. It's not easy. And secondly, like with Ford or General Motors or Cadillac, we've seen in the past, like, when they have slight economic issues and stuff, they cut jobs. And the first thing they'll think of is, do we need F1? What is F1 bringing to us? And they can pull out. We've seen Honda pull out several times because of financial issues. They pull out, they come back. So it's not so easy to just admit American teams. For them, F1 is new per se. It's not like if it's NASCAR or IndyCar that they care about so much, okay, but it's a European sport. They might just not see it as something that is that big of a deal. Ferrari, for example, relies on F1 to promote their road cars. Mercedes, they have the European history. What other engine manufacturer do we have? But most of the big teams rely on F1 to survive. American teams don't rely on F1 to survive. So if things go south, they can just pull out easily and say, well, it's not a big deal. Toyota, with all the money, all the expertise in manufacturing, when they came into F1, they couldn't hack it. And Toyota, they have more money, more researchers, more engineers at their disposal than Andretti does. Yeah, would say they have, Andretti should have all the accountants. So the Toyota, when they came in, and they saw it was really hard, and they couldn't justify spending this much money to be at the back of the grid. And it's a business case at the end of the day. Yeah, the fans are happy, Drive to Survive is good. But if it's not giving the returns on investment that they need, they would pull out. And that, I think that's why it's not so straightforward for American teams to just join. Yeah, we're taking their money, sure. But they're also getting something in return. They're getting the excitement of the sports. But if you want their teams to join, they have to show this commitment for a long time, because F1 is really hard. And like Redwan said once again, teams have a head start on engines, on everything. So they're coming in brand new. So if they really want to join the sport, like Admin said, AlphaTauri is going to be on sale. Go to AlphaTauri. You can go to Williams. Show that commitment. Don't. It's easier to leverage something than to start from scratch. So if they come in and they really want to come in, get an existing team, partner with them, and see how it goes. So I think that's just my take on the whole American teams coming in. It's not like we don't want them to come in, but they're quite fickle at the moment. So it's not as easy as just collecting every proposal that comes on your desk.
But you
Thank
can't
you.
show commitment if you can't get in. You can't be committed from the outside. Like, come on.
Exactly. And Bolaji, you're actually a thief. Okay, that was a joke, obviously, but you said you want to take their money and give them the excitement. Is that commensurate?
Giving them races, 3 races. I'm waking up by 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So what I mean, they should be happy with that.
They're the ones giving the excitement. Their races are way more exciting than the European ones. What
They,
do you
they,
mean?
they should be happy.
They're just a spectacle.
I'm
Come
waking up
on.
early to watch the races. They should be happy. But really, yeah, sure, they need a chance to get in.
How
So
do you,
partner with existing
but to
teams.
be honest, how do you want him to show the commitment? Like, how do you expect him to show the commitment? If not because of the news that Red Bull new management is considering cutting off AlphaTauri, the whole AlphaTauri news would not be coming up. So
Exactly. So now that it has come up,
how exactly do you want him to show commitment? He has shown this man has been banging on the door for years, saying this, saying that. Yes, you can say you don't want to have any evidence to say, oh, they were fickle. The only team that have not pulled out from F1 is Ferrari. Every other person has pulled out and come back at some point. So are you saying because of the fear of pulling out, then will not grant them entry when they are able to meet the current requirements of entry?
correct. So now, like you said, the Alpha everything has come up. Let him jump on it and see. Get in there, put your offer on the table. And the Sauber story that came out also, they asked him for commitment for 5 years. He couldn't meet up. I think that's why they said the deal broke down. That was the rumor that came out in the paddock, why the deal with Sauber broke down for Andretti. So if we have those two incidents, and I think Toto's case is also the fact that he is not sure that Andretti has enough money to run the sport. So I think I told you now that
It's none
Toto
of
is
his
telling him to get
business.
his bread
Toto
up.
just wants to protect his technology and his prize money. It's none of his business, actually. It depends on the FIA if they want him to come in. Toto is just protecting his
He's a concerned
technology and
stakeholder.
his money.
He's concerned about the sport. He's a nice guy. He wants to see the sports group, but he doesn't want people
He's
entries.
concerned about this. Bolaji, don't let me give you blow.
Should he not be concerned about the sport? He owns 33% of his team. So really, I think this is the opportunity now for him to partner with AlphaTauri if he's really, really serious about this, get in with them, try them. I think 3 years, and if you see okay, it's good, you can pull us and do your own thing. But like just coming in, the approach is if it feels like it's badgering them and not taking it the right. So that's just how I see it. But if you still, but we'll see what he decides. Like admin said, this the year just started. If he patterns the Alphatari, then fine, we can see his interest is truly concrete, and it will be easier for him to even do that. It's not starting from scratch. It's not easy to start from scratch. Like and how long would he want to do this? Like I don't know. It's really hard. We saw Marussia. We see what happened to them. They pulled out immediately because it didn't make any financial sense for them anymore. So that's just the fear I have with them joining the grid.
Thank you very much, Balaji. Me, 100% agree with you. You know, this is just like now, somebody will go and buy a house in Lekki, but you cannot afford Jen. Do you understand? What are you doing? You know, so that's just an example. I'm not saying anybody here wants to go and buy a house and does not have Jen. You understand? That's just an example, please. But yeah, Victor, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay,
And
yeah.
sorry, Victor, before you go ahead, guys, we'll be rounding up because it's past 12. You know, even though there's no work, but then we need to sleep. But yeah.
All right. So I think anybody who's even going to join, whether it's Andretti or Porsche, the current entry fee, which is 200 million. The truth is that anybody that's entering right now is not going to be thinking about getting any money from it, because even current teams who are there now are not even seeing that much of a profit. I think teams are even running at loss. Ferrari is still there because F1 gives Ferrari royalty every year, and I don't know how much it was last year, but I think 2020 it was 50 or 60 million euros. And that same year, the last year when Lewis won the drivers championship, Mercedes did not make any profits. Like they literally just like balance sheet. So even if any team is joining now with 200 million already out, I don't think anybody will be thinking about getting money out of F1. So like I feel if Andretti wants to join, they should join. If like what Bolaji said, if they can iron out a contract, maybe 6 years commitment time, if they can meet up with that, no problem. I think they'll have to know what they are actually signing up for, because F1 is not beans. Like teams spend minimum of like 100 million, like 130 every year. So I don't really think the teams that are even there right now are in F1 really for the money. I think they are in there for like the other benefits that they are getting from F1, the popularity, the fact that these teams, their main owners have other products that they're using F1 to sell. So like that is where their business strategy is coming in from. In terms of F1, like the money they're using to run and then prize money, I think they're just trying to balance their sheets. But in terms of other things like their sales of cars, like Mercedes now, they sell cars. AlphaTauri has their fashion line. Ferrari too sells cars. Honda has different vehicles that they sell. So based on that, I feel nobody should really like gatekeep F1 from other teams from joining. Everybody's point is valid, like everyone's point is valid, but then I don't think anybody's even going to be coming in for making money as long as they can keep their team afloat. I think that's a very, very important point. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Victor. Yeah. Well, anyway, there's a saying that person will get belly. Last the pregnancy go show. If Andretti has the money, we will see it. If not,
Sorry, I actually wanted to. Sorry for cutting you short, but I forgot to add something. I think I want to see F1 in Nigeria first.
let's be. Victor, let's be realistic, please. Let's be realistic, please. Nigeria is not today. Let's be realistic, please. I know me, sir, I want to see F1 in Nigeria, but I like to be realistic because you know we have a lot of anyway, we have international audience here, you know. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Okay, well, let's move on. Um, okay. Sorry, does anyone want to add? Oh, God. Does anyone want to add anything before we round up, please? Okay. What's that? Quickly, just before we drop, what was that? Everyone expecting for Bahrain next week? You know. Just quickly, who do you expect to be on pole? I think pole is where we should be looking at first before the Grand Prix. So, who does everyone expect to be on pole? Red Bull, Max, Leclerc, Ferrari, Lewis, Mercedes.
I actually feel like nobody wants to win Bahrain because of like the Bahrain course. So I'm guessing Leclerc pole.
I think pole will be between Max and any of the Ferrari boys. But in terms of expectation, I mean, as a Mech fan, I'm just expecting a more competitive car when we get to, Bahrain.
Ridon, can I help you say what you want to say?
What do you want to say? What do I want to say?
Check on pole.
No. To be honest, I'm going for Leclerc on pole.
Ridon, when do you start joking?
Seriously, I'm serious. No, that guy is a pole merchant, so I'm going for him. So Leclerc on pole, to be honest.
But if I'm being honest, Leclerc has a good record in Bahrain, if I'm not mistaken.
And his pole record also, like that guy knows if you don't qualify, like I give him respect for that too. Leclerc on pole, to be honest.
I mean, he won Bahrain last year, right?
Yes,
So.
he did from pole.
Yeah, he won Bahrain where Red Bull, I believe Red Bull had 2 DNF.
Yes, he dumped 3 tenths on Max. Leclerc on pole, please.
Okay.
I feel like Redwood is saying that because of the alleged Bahrain course.
No, to be honest, I don't buy that stuff. I don't buy it. I don't buy that. I don't buy it. That's not that's nonsense for me, sir. But I don't buy it. But to be honest, Leclerc on pole. But we will see, sir. We will see how it goes. But I think Leclerc on pole.
Well,
But sorry, is the course you if you win Bahrain, you won't win the title, or if you win the first race of the season, you won't win the title. Which exactly is the course?
If you win Bahrain, you won't win the season. So no one who has won
I
Bahrain has ever won a season.
seriously?
Yeah. I think it's
Oh,
just coincidence, but I mean, it's happened for so long, so now who knows?
I think if you know that, I think they later changed the opening race of the season to Bahrain. I think most people have won Bahrain and they've won during the season. But I think if you are winning the opening race of the season in Bahrain, you won't win the drivers' championship. I think that I'm not that
I think from what I've seen, no one that has won the first race since 2017 has won the championship. That person that won the first race and won the championship was Nico in 2016.
well, things like that are meant to be broken. So anyone, and go for it. Anyone should win. I beg. Let's have an exciting season.
oh well. Anyway,
Maybe Aston Martin, as everybody has been saying Aston Martin is better than us. Maybe Aston Martin wins.
no, I personally think Aston Martin. I just want just vibes and inshallah. Anyway, we'll be here next week when when it will be P5 P6.
And I just want to drop something. And that Aston Martin of a team, for me, Sha, is just only because of Dan Fallows and the way Red Bull did not want that guy to leave the team, something like that. And and what everyone is saying. But I don't think he's up there with Mercedes, to be honest. It's just like Alpine last season, like even the points, I think almost like 200 points gap between third and fourth. So I'm not even sure. So something like that. But it would be a good step to them, yeah. But let's see.
I mean, I think you know how F1 fans can be. They pick something and then they run with it. So they should keep running with the Aston Martin thing. I sure took note of all those that were saying, because
And
when Aston Martin doesn't perform, I'll be here to laugh.
but your team principal also said Aston Martin is better than his team now.
You're answering Toto.
Hey now, said that now. Even Mike Elliott said that also. I'm not listening. I think I read something like that. Yeah.
Sorry, just quickly. I think in this whole Aston Martin situation, we even when we're discussing Stroll, we even for some reason I forgot that Stroll does not even have wrist at the moment. And obviously it's not even going to be in Bahrain. So, well, even Drogovic as his replacement, we didn't even touch on that. Let's just quickly. Well, let's just quickly touch on that. I'm personally I'm excited to see Drogovic. To see at least what another young driver is able to do in a car. And then you are alongside Alonso. That for any rookie, that's the biggest benchmark, that can be given to you. And I'm excited to see how he's going to perform, because obviously I'll be looking at where Alonso finishes and where um, Drogovic finishes, and this might be obviously just like the way Nick De Vries got into F1 via his Monza performance. This might be an avenue for Filipe Drogovic, because I see, as someone said, he might be Yuki's last year, which I don't I hope he's not, but if Drogovic should impress in Bahrain, then he might be on the radars. He might be on the radar for some teams, So yeah, that's just my take on that. Read on.
Okay, so for the Djokovic stuff, like first of all, I'm not sure because I checked their Twitter, Aston Martin Twitter account. I checked it some time ago. Like, didn't they announce Nick as their reserve driver also that they can borrow him? But I think McLaren did.
That's
I
McLaren.
remember, but McLaren also said that you can borrow Djokovic and Stoffel Van Dorn. And yes, they said that also. But I don't think Aston Martin said they can borrow Nick because I first thought, like, even when this news of Stroll came out, I thought maybe Nick would actually race for them, something like that.
No,
So
I think before Aston Martin consider me, Aston Martin have 6 reserve drivers basically, so
so
they have
that
a
one,
long list of reserve drivers.
but I don't, to be honest, that's VP's own. Even that right now, Honda is also with Red Bull. They might even consider that partnership with VP staying also, something like that. Yeah. But I don't want, for me, like as a fan of Yuki, I don't want that to be like it's back, like something that backed him up to stay in Formula One, like this because of a company. So I just want him to perform. Yeah, but I doubt Red Bull will actually be going outside to take someone to replace Yuki. I don't think they will do it. I don't think so.
Miss Catrock, please.
I think he drove quite impressively in the testing because he was 12th fastest out of 20 people on the grid. And for a rookie, that is very good when they did the stat. So it would be interesting if he was definitely racing on Sunday.
Maybe he's Alonso's next replacement. I mean, if he does well.
I'm here for it. Any Alonso slander, I'm here for it.
Yeah, just to add up on the whole Alonso thing, I know like everyone is thinking of we feel a lot of people feel based on antecedent that Alonso is going to be a train wreck in Aston Martin. Absolutely, I dislike the guy, but I think it's going to be the opposite because this is his last opportunity to sort of redeem himself in any way, shape, or form towards the fans for F1. So if he goes to be a train wreck again in Aston Martin, then he's just going to completely shatter whatsoever hope, whatsoever legacy he was trying to redeem in any way, shape, or form. So I think he's going to be calm and he's going to just take things as they are, and there'll be no friction between him and the team internally. But I could be wrong.
I personally feel like Alonso starts out with the best intention, but then the throw him kind of creeps out halfway.
The first time Daddy Stroll tells him no, it'll be fun, and I want cameras in there.
These days, me, I don't know what Netflix is shooting. A lot of drama happened last year. No one I saw on this.
I want Drive to Survive to focus on Alonso this year. That is it. Forget about everybody else.
I have a theory that if you watch, I mean, if you follow anyone who follows the season, the entire F1 season, Drive to Survive is very lackluster. Like it's probably like very boring, you know.
The last full season of Drive to Survive I've watched was season 2. I started season 3 and I didn't finish, and I swore I would never watch anything again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I did not try. Even that that event of Spa, Lewis and Alonso. No camera, no action. French, something happened in the French GP. We did not see it.
Leclerc crashed out.
Even Seb that he's retiring. I'm sorry, Miss Catrock, I'm sorry, but they made Daniel in the words of Siri look like he's the one that is retiring. They made him look like a 5-time world champion. It did not make sense.
I'm here for Daniel. I don't mind.
Anyway, it will not be then in the next season, which is fair. But I won't be. They
will make space for him. They love his smile.
Okay.
I enjoyed that Team Principal meeting though. I enjoyed that one very, very well.
No,
I enjoyed that
one. Sorry to the people that have not watched it, but the Team Principal meeting for Toto at that point, I felt for Toto. I'm like, come on, Toto, you should not be doing this. You are bigger than this, you know. But I don't know. Gunther and Christian, they just seem to be enjoying it. You know, Gunther, I've said this. Gunther should leave F1. Sorry, I want to even point out something in Gunther. Yes, thank you for even reminding me about Team Principal. I don't know if anyone has finished the series, but did anybody see Gunther's house? For a man that his team is at the back of the grid, you will not be expecting him to live in that kind of marvelous house. I said, Gunther, so you have this kind of taste. You know, very nice house, you know, with a jetty. I'm like, this is where the budget cap is going. His budget cap is not even you're not spending it in Maranello. This is where it's going. You know, if you see his house with jetty, I thought it was what this guy Diddy's house. very nice house, But yeah, I guess everybody knows how to utilize their salary very well, But yeah,
Admin,
shout out to him.
admin, admin, the place like this scene where what's his name? Yes, that Brown went to make a deal with Alpin. But that guy is so funny. That guy is so funny. Like they should exchange Daniel and Oscar. Well, like that man is so funny, so funny. Like exchange Daniel and Oscar. He's like, what's that?
No, I don't know.
Now,
I don't think it was for Daniel for Oscar. I think it was meant for to see if Alpine wanted Daniel.
yes,
Yeah, but I think
then
Alpine were like, yeah. The CEO was like, okay, if it's to keep him on the paddock, yeah, but driving wise, no. So I think at the end of the day, nobody wanted Daniel, and then it was kind of sad to see. But at least glad he has a resting place.
Haas wanted him, but it was too expensive.
10 million.
He asked for 10 million.
That's not awesome. Miss Carter, what's your take on that? Be honest, please. 10
Take
million.
all their money, Daniel. Take it.
Miss Carter, you know there's something called fraud and being fraudulent.
It's not fraud if you sign a contract and they have to live by the terms. It's not his fault that the terms was in his favor. He's got good management. Maybe the rest of them should employ Daniel's management. 'Cause clearly they could get money.
When we called Daniel a fraud last season, Miss Cartrack wanted to have her head.
Listen, you can't say nothing about Daniel to me. I don't care. You don't know. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your breath.
Ambassador, please go ahead. Thank you.
I joined back, and the first thing I heard was Alonso slander. Yeah, it's a constant thing on this space. I think for Alonso, like, when you have this common thing in F1. I mean, it's a common thing, it's not just F1. Like narratives that follow people like across their career, even when it like stops being true. Obviously, Alonso has had issues in the past, which I think most of them are, overblown, like with the media and the reactions. Or the narrative of him like falling out with teams and all that, like there's proof that it's not always been that way. The famous one is GP2 and GP2. GP2 is the famous one. Like I think the only time that actually like had issues with the team was in Ferrari, and still in Ferrari, how many seasons was it there? He was still able to deliver like 2 top tier seasons, like seasons where Red Bull clearly had the better car, but still he was able to fight still. One of them the final day, and the other one, I think, the penultimate race. So in our opinion, he didn't have any issues. So this last season that there was that friction between him and Ocon, which wasn't really like a big deal. And that one, Ocon has had it with every teammate, so I don't think he's going to have any like major issues in Aston Martin, like the way people are anticipating. But I know his agenda, narratives that people want to see. I don't think it will happen. But Gunther is actually a big boy. Before he joined Haas, was running this company, one big. I don't know what they are doing, but it's related to automobile. He's still a CEO there. I was on the website like last month. His picture is still there as one of their CEOs, although he's not like active, obviously. So he actually has money. Has budget cannot do anything for him. Cannot get that house that was seeing. People that are reducing their pit wall to 3. Very soon is 1.
How's very soon now? Their pit was going to be remote working. Everybody now will just say, okay, you'll be working from the hotel. You know, not only
Either
because
they do Google
come to the
Meets
paddock,
or
just for
they set up canopies like Nigerian party. Set up
but
canopies,
Canopy
laptop
is more
and
expensive than that place that they set up now.
I know canopy is cheap now. How much? Just one canopy, Nigerian party canopy with
Mm.
plastic table and chair three. That will not cost too much.
No, I think I prefer let them stick to their three. That reminds me of all those mobile toilets. It looks like the mobile toilets in a way, but yeah. I'll say let them stick to that. Just three of those. You know, but it's. I think it's quite. It's quite. I don't know. So now a house cannot have guests. That's what it simply means. There's no space for guests.
I mean, if he saves them $250,000 that he can put into development, I say go for it. The guests should stand.
Oh well.
They will take the guests to Ferrari's paddock.
Since him and Binotto are so chummy.
You can see the recent
There's a lot of space in their own part of the paddock. Our house is really broke. Oh. Like other teams, when the camera like pans to their paddock, like it's filled up with engineers and all. House is just like 6 guys sitting down, empty. Like there's no even tool on the ground, nothing. It's just anyway. I'll be praying for them. They will get their money up by God's grace.
The other day, someone was telling me that some of these house mechanics, they are just there because they want to be in Drive to Survive. I don't know, but well, I guess everyone has what's doing them. But yeah, okay, it's been a very okay. Lastly, does anyone want to add anything quickly, just before we end the session?
Anybody that wants to know Tommy Fury won.
Oh. Well, I think you see now this is the problem with God. Sorry to any American here, but this is the problem with American. They always they tend to talk so much they don't deliver. You know, this is what Toto is scared of. You know, Andretti doing so much talking, pay the money, bring the money. Like let's look at it now. I don't even want to even go back again, but let's not forget. Porsche tried to buy Red Bull. You understand? They did not say, "Oh, we want our own team." So I don't know. Personally, I don't. I don't know what's. I don't know what Andretti think, but if they think that, if they think that they can build an F1 car from the USA, oh no! First of all, time difference is gonna be an issue, so they are finished. But yeah,
Admin, before we go, who do we think will give us safety car this season? Since Latifi is not coming, Latifi is out of the sport.
That's a very interesting point. Ridwan, I want to hear your take on this. Safety
car. You know, like they look up and down the grid.
I'll say Stroll.
I'll say Sonoda. I bet it's on
I was going to say Sonoda too.
Yeah.
Just here and there.
Not that much.
Not that much. Sonoda not that much. Like was it not only at what's his name at Singapore, but he only been its last season. I think that was one. So I think, but maybe Sergeant, yeah. You know that's it's rookie season. Sergeant, Oscar, Nick. No, I think mostly difficult tracks. Maybe like Singapore, yeah. And Leclerc also. Thank you.
I was going to say Leclerc, you know? In frustration.
No, it's every season. You actually once. But I doubt it will be like Latifi that is every time. I doubt.
Bottas may give us, but maybe probably reliability issues because that's what happened last season. I mean, I guess the Alfa Romeo is better this season, but last season all he was doing was just parking by the roadside, and then we did the entire safety car to come and take Bottas car out of the way. So maybe Bottas.
Like about that also, the Alpine boys, that engine can't run through it. I'm pretty sure of that. That engine, no. They were actually doing that
I'm not
safety car.
mentioning George Russell. Only that had like 6 attempted murder cases last week. Not mentioning
Excuse me, no, no judge slander will be accepted.
someone that we tried in front of a jury. Yeah, no problem.
Again, no.
Okay. Okay, let's see. And then there's also someone to take up the position. It might be your favorite driver. But yeah. Thank you very much, guys. It's been a very fun evening. Good to be back again. Good to hear from everyone.
Last note, Nico Hulkenberg will be driver of the season. Good night, everybody.
Driver of the what? Season.
Driver of the season, Nico Hulkenberg.
Wonderful.
I
that
just
means
thought
you win. That means you score. You get podium.
Definitely. And he's going to school. He's going to have double of Magnussen's points, despite being 3 years out.
I actually feel they'll both crash a lot. I don't know why I didn't think of that before, but they probably will into each other, maybe once or twice.
I think it's Magnussen that will initiate it. Hulkenberg is a decent guy.
I just hope that Magnussen has learned from last season. Opening laps is just be careful because I think that actually destroyed most of the series last season. The opening laps, just be careful. There's no point in you sending it in the opening laps. So I think if you take it easy, he should have learned his lesson, sir. So,
Oh well. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Thank you to everyone that has turned up this evening. It's been a fun one. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'll say a few things just quickly, just before we. Okay. So basically, I see someone asking for F1 Fantasy. So yeah, that'll be. I think that should go out tomorrow, but I would find out. And yeah, also league racing. So basically, that's scheduled to start because the whole of April we don't have any Grand Prix. So I guess those of us that are registered will that's when that will take place. Because we're still trying to get a hold of some other people. And then finally, last but not least, thank you to obviously this is our first piece of the season. So if you are new, so we usually have spaces Saturdays and Sundays, 30 minutes after qualifying, 30 minutes after on Saturdays, or qualifying on sprints basically. That's if it's a sprint weekend. Then Sundays, 30 minutes after the Grand Prix, and we'll be here till God knows when, as usual. Okay. One sec. What else am I forgetting? Okay, yeah. Okay, Fantasy League. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Once again, thank you to everyone who donates to us. Obviously, I think you know yourself. I know you. I don't want, maybe because of your privacy, you might not want to be mentioned. But yeah, thank you very much to you and all of you, basically, because it's not one person. And yeah, we appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. And yeah, if you would like to support us, click the link in our bio. And yeah. Sorry, I'm not a YouTuber. I don't know, for some reason I felt like a YouTuber just this minute. But yeah. Thank you very much, guys. And have a good evening. See y'all Saturday afternoon after quali. Pray this week. Oh, yeah. I think I'll get a hold of Daniela. Let me know how she's going on with her fasting. Miss Catrock, I wish you a great week ahead, especially
Same
for
to
your
you
drivers.
guys.
And yeah, read one. I hope to see you again. Hopefully you won't have double things to worry about, because I know Liverpool has been dealing with you, but hopefully your issues will just be one single problem. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys, and have a very good evening and a very good week ahead. God bless you. Thank you.